Order.
Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in.
The opportunity issues is kids when now that's a Dëne Sųłıné training had the Nunavut Northwest Territories. Department of Finance in law that had it education, cultural, employment, health and social living together well who you see that do Dëne Sųłıné Bonza had to Nunavut. It had to Truth and Reconciliation Commissioners you had to training how yeah. The commissioners he had to young government young Nunavut had to Dëne Bonza had to Niza that do who needs to quit least had the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights treaties Aboriginal rights to Indigenous laws Aboriginal Crown relations commissioners see had the Nunavut seat young Dëne Bonza had to human rights they had it living well together Julia thought not a day chance on then you see how to John you Dëne Sůłıné Bonza had to chance on then yeah chance on then see how to John that do John needs a quick this quantity David down this but that you Dëne Ketoreth on had to see John cabinet see her a Dëne Holland John Nanga Dëne Honey no halal ni see that do John a aunt neither Dëne Sůłıné government community members GNWT employees had to see that do Nunavut thought it's a deal the reconciliation had to John that do John because all that had to see her colonization politics through that do John a reconciliation all that see do not John so none had to see her John Canada you know had to John training all they see young employees who Department of Finance young government had to see her that do some law they'll not call they'll Southern does his advisor see it too had to learning partners see you that do John salt no tell they'll say all that that do training sir John public service who had to hiring love without the that training see John none give that John Northwest Territories had to see her had to John thought that they see her thought that they had to reconciliation had to training a young employees had to young Nunavut John too that do not see John Polytech University not see John young that that do law see young research who had to got college partners who stakeholders John then John Northern Social and Economic Development kind of toss Aurora College see that do John Ned that John December see Canada top 50 research college hulje John 2020 ha. Aurora College see. 48 to 2019 to 29 2020 ranked top 10 hulje the northern category research gordo a sikonet hade. Aurora College recognized a collaboration John institutional now a hiring lots a non-government organizations hello a John research partners see you had to John law now Aurora College a John health restrictions out long-term research a John leverage had to John Northwest Territory see ha a John John had to challenges Aurora College see had to John steps to the John to the Sikona John Polytech University. A Boston see things in Aurora College. You had to research associates. You had to John ideas. Go that to see. You had to partner see. Hoti Sita Institute of Soccer Health Research. You partner see had to John research capacity had to John federal that do some law see. John Khayal TLC John Aurora College see that do John research taught had the research on a lot. Aurora campus in Nunavut will a climate change adaptation research share. The Bacha campus in Fort Smith a research share for Indigenous approach in environmental management. Yellowknife North campus a health and community research share. A position C. A do college C Arctic Netu network of centers of excellence in Canada. A do John the Nunavut Tano had to John Polytech University C ha. A Polytech University C. A do economy law had to John future had to John Bilateral C ha John. So qui hello all to John Nessie. A college C that do John some law C it's a qui hello to Bilateral research administration logistic roles here. A project C had to it's a qui employment had to see technology or STEM hulje. A Polytech University in 2020-25 see. A do it's a quill or at least what they see John. A John generations come. A do law see that do John college Polytech it has a tail see ha. A do you research a do see on it how John do a no you had the heavy metal renewable energy feasibility. A do Polytech University see. A do Dëne Sųłıné higher in law industry and business so had to halgalana. A do neither had to be galata. A Aurora College see Commandos Cleo had to John that do law hal. Copy but that had to John and get John. Mr. Speaker, John Connie March Huther, a social worker, John Canada Gaya, John Sananda, do themalia social worker, a dinal tieda. Social worker seat, you don't had to done halgale now. A John Sananga. Social workers see trained on land you done a halgatale now. A do John, but done a bonilla do not there. A social workers done they see. A you done it's ended a hiring law. A night had the school se quit it's in you at least quan. A Kenazon Honal Tanha. A had to mental health service so. A done a tida only had to John. He had to John disorder on they say. He had it done as a family see. He had a healthy relationship. Social workers see. Done a quantala now. He had done it set you. He had a treatment. He had a quantity de ha. Social workers can't stand whole day the Tanzania. Social workers say, that do community organization that la Tanzania had to John government programs, policies, Kenazun, but that's when now Kenazun at Deha. That the law, see, that do tan halale now, that do tan halale now, see. That do obligations hashing. That do but to no zero. The skis halatailo, John Yunta hiring lawns at they sit out between la de see. John members of John Dilty see 19th legislative since a mandate holiday that to quit at Deha. That do John Zananka do Galatasia, Tumula, a government seat set you. That do to quit family service law and health and wellness in John Zananka. Government of the Northwest Territories see. A song do John Sampatani Lada, John Sequihal now, hiring law, had the hiring law see. Social workers see. A do John service see a unit about Johnson Nunga. You need to Nakai 15 social work positions, halia, a supporting position CD. John February 1st, 2021, Northwest Territories Health and Social Service Authority. That tunone adat that John Sequisetu Community Wellness City. That do John but the staff who had a saw team la deha. A tunut ansi. That do John staff no bagatala now. That do John programs tala see John that do John about. That do investments halia see. That do social workers. That do service dollar see. John cabinet see. That do government see. That do law na Charlion. That do social workers see. John. That do John. That do John. Dana panut on that set you. John Sequiu. Ansnedo had do John hiring la see. That do John. Marcelo see that do no bala na see ha. Mr. Speaker, a Cutlaw First Nation, a volunteer Yasi Camp Carnival in Lacey, John Connie Hooser. A two John, a cat don't take or channel Kula had to Sanats at Day Noon time le. A Chief Public Health Officer Siha. That do John Hitler now than Halale Siha, the volunteers down Leon. That do programs down low. The kid don't take or channel Kula hell ya. A camp a carnival seat that do Hitler's chassis. But that's such a tale. Hitler's chase to them Gorshade. That do John Nazu Sanats in Teo. That do John. Mr. Speaker, John MLA South Snissy, Hay River Sea, had to John MLA North, Marcelo St. John Hitler Chasey, First Nation Seha, Camp Carnival Committee, that do John. Merci.
Cam Lake yesterday. 9MARCH2021 $38 million price tag galani. Had only arts cultural expressions the nature that but is only art or kizo had to see had art or not he's saying New Zealand tape up on the artist only Fogle Island now. Had only grassroots listen chance on Nunkaya Hut and with the artist on land. Till South Plains penguins in and had to but it there built somebody and see northern arts is some north public engagement siltan deals in Lenny. Had to the government commitment of arts and culture also had to something any law na education tan hanal kano marketing infrastructure policy work I had to I young NWT art it did not hear the year. Had the government arts law see is on hand. NWT Arts Council education culture employment by Plaza had only education tourism but I you see somebody clear had I but no net in there for it yeah. Art culture attention on nature as hard es history the needs that we see that that would the government the arts and cultures how to see how to see no pahat ni tanil you how to yala na the art is only in the how jada anything Kedi foundation community well-being on top and his own nether but I sampa seo yung treta na $181.5 million to sampa lot Canadian Heritage Canada Highline le hata no need to try see chado had support of in art so grow class artists so I had to you get to on there what sampa no it's el Twenty don't that high had to that high sampa no it's el but really in but see chadi lene frame like a trail. At Minister in Tourism Investment in 10 licenses, discovery licenses, near assembly deal in post-evolution resource giveaway in that a lot. But 3 license 2,200 square kilometers, 40% the size of Peninsula Island had to govern by the revenue tax to deal the lottery only low benefits only low year. That on see. That on see the discovery license legislation the petroleum resources have. There are companies are owned oil and gas rights Katala in Nilo, fee not Nilo, this Nilo to me but exactly a hat to license per ball share. That will discovery license on yeah this all year there. How to drilling code, how to be volatile industry and tourism investments. Don't really have to deal. Needs are target and $45 million windfall main estimate deal Husky Energy Husky Energy but the exploration license 494 discovery license and it don't have Resources Act at the Assembly deal July 29, 2020. But years ago, 15 years of license that's how to renew it. That's not any terms and conditions. Any minister, owner of that discovery license, but is how to punish Nila till a bit cool. How to administer the work requirements to annual fees to what it's some that is a user loser hat we gonna in la any cool nether till sit la to minister no la ni how regular MLAs hell out here to Husky Energy license but all truth zero the exploration requirement zero law who lead it's on Husky Energy had to we don't say how any ITI is current. They said the ITI discovery license is not a mandate petroleum application class. Merci. You have Twin Lakes here. March 16, Sorry, they say until in the budget night in COVID-19 with it's on the borders down trying to public health emergency the sneos you have to flatten the curve no the no quan other days the hunt cannot tilo tano you pitch at the church you see huli support little huli kid no big tan hillis no the COVID because see tan hillis knew that ugalai ta see constitutional city up Jane double sheet assess ni see tan hillis you know that was dit dan de wat je chatral church sai tios hat oi no te no hein la si dan je kin aslene je kin tele dat u dat ha si bonut si manat fin lesi e kan email we protect NWT or you nearly see because see that you eat I see no cause it's alt no can start fin it was not the question or bagolf not a question it could because NWT that then protect you how you want to and yeah self you want see got nothing but burn laws hard laws and nothing did what new begin both for Delcado services but in low at a reason because other low to loan Lina Bullish chair. That white horse in loan is why dentist appointments at into the Usel toward a new big thought done for north in way, but Usel yeah 50 below in there that's on like wasn't that he's yeah not shade a white horse yeah they thought I had to leave so and you see her in what time had a white horse here that field that I that field a chance bullish chasing had a white horse in Bishana go here. You know, see up to her tree like about isolation the mental health go a young herd deal with a non yard on non yanis. The hind law not for see year the one last year. You both for Delta dude I want you can't shoot none that till it is only a path to quarantine thing and quarantine Yukon government border is only mercy. Yeah. Not this minister's coordinator mercy. Not put the corridor. Let's see. Don't see housing units can ask head not book the nature say high nezo zara that also chance had it chance just hit lazy housing condoms in the quantum zone the scene okay chance political new how to housing units in 1970s 80s and 90s quantly gas ha not kid who units at the course like that had to like sell you Venezuela a young see had to had to ask one last time but you can't sell yeah I was on the other constitutions and blankets exhibition kill it so I 30 or whatever minus 50 there next in it other the windows or doors were had to yeah at least so there it's ideal so yeah 18 to 24 months and see plan see country there you just the seen see this how I also and the unit high lot not care well at so highly like idile had I shall curious that got all concretely young families and see that something sat to see me see that in the other line minister in there to be units could not a housing outside or so young hilde 70s units cover ein lot so far na you can't go out sin little young families can't hit all in right Mr. Speaker only on la champa hala same is too that's a community the champa in just right now that I the younger generation that but quite yeah coach get the trizo quantity 10 people thought You 10 people, you're not there, there's only let on to that one does it there. That's in writing, you unit don't burn out here, and there's a guy. Minister was currently not there, said to her. That's all you do. Merci, Mr. Speaker. It costs limit, aren't she do it, another year, what, Hayalt, or thought, you'll see diesel thought, classy thought, power build it, though. See what shit here thought, it all see, you trucks out, and you'll see all terrain vehicles. I see that shit where that I see staycation says that shit where you'll see. The document got as last until assembly in the vision for energy in Northwest Territories because clear consensus I won't run here. High cost at OC energy that trio energy use to environmental 12 to 12.18 there. Hey document because clear the Bugala thought that is only cut on any future energy supply that's on non-Kaya. That Utanbo, that not AC business zone, Aboriginal government zone. Government of Northwest Territories, hands on the vision will on reducing important oil utilization, local renewable energy. See, GNWT, that the goal here, you got an holy to so size you got an idea. You got nail your cost living thought to GNWT plan is seen late 18th Assembly 2030 Energy Strategy Julia. That's in gold that do long-term development, affordable, sustainable energy transportation, heat electricity, GNWT or not housing corporation. By example, on that energy use, get use energy, the operations. That will be case on the GNWT kind like Hill partners, good stakeholders, they have a strategy, had to like that. GNWT, cost limit, in the real it really, had to really, not the premier tester, bombers, Kearney.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. It's International Women's Day, yeah. International Women's Day, see Austin Toss 1911 at Theo Haljela, 1 million people had the International Women's Day, see. You had the organization Tala, see, Tonona rights and had to gender equality, see, had to Karalata. Theo had to Chinese Banal Q. The two John. That's the Telu DNA. You see. Mary Curry see the two non had the national. So no, I on that to a national letter. He had to John education civic relato. He John, Jack Quilata see had to see. ETA had to John 5 to 7% and they had to John Wikalata see. He had to check Quilata see. You're too long a chart later. They either do the quit and Kizalanaha. Do John had to see some part. None the tail had to chatata panzo. Either do John see the Quilata see her. International Women's Day 2021, who's their letter? Hadera, a John Quayon honors set. Either do John had to quit and Bautala see. Either do John Zaku, Zakwazo had to Bahalata see her. Either do John see. Either get Burnilo da see John to Zaqualasna. It's a quisi to do. He had to Zaquiton Young had to Bahalale now. Either do sell. He had to John there. I had that to do the Qualanasi, either do job a Halgala at the sea. Either do jump. Either you jump Halgala to jump as Halgala sea. You do no there. You gender bias at the sea. You thought I low had to see. You neither had to jump Halgala. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. I do John Tasty John NWT had to John SPCA Sutter. I do John NWT SPCA. You had to John Jatiel Galena say. SPAC, the Marcia Lucinta had to John. I had to say. Jati on it, I say. Sing the Fana Stanley. So quid others, so Taria is seen out in letter. It doesn't seem on order to Tanich letter. Each we better just allow her to see her. You better transportation there. Had to honor better the tilo. He seems here to have the local theatre SPC had the application has line low. Now, but I think low. Voicemail halang slow. Either do see no halata see her. Either do John Emily see her do John, see her slay her. See done a sustenance letter. How do John, how do special treatment nurse in it. A year kizet done a halalas nada. A year don't they see her do. Either do John see SPCAC daily. Dana saw had Yan Dale had to the either two Charles Dana kiss Papa Paula Taylor had to see her. Yeah, you trust society see that day. John organization government had to see. Either racism see. Either two Charles racial, either two Charles society see. Either do racial bias who had to see it. Either do barriers that low, either do turtles and suit, had to put a power in the little. Either discrimination, see how to hell. You can't what is a big galato. Either you stereotype it in that had there. See that they see the case no kids no with halgala Tyler. You don't they see. Soon just here. Mr. Speaker, I do racism see poor Nila there. I would offer Nilo to Don Patala. I do reconciliation al yarn lessy. I do John racism see where you chill down. You had to lot of charter. I you today, Daggal and I just said. You had to miss. I see that since I do the Celia sees partners doing that. Either do John, either do organization SPCA had to that. You had the NGOs had to all in see. Black Lives Matter, see, Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, the Untitled. Mercy, Mr. I did quite a local landlords who had to land had to allow business to had they John capital city see but only lot of ownership how thousands had the crown had the dollar see office who had they see a southern multi-billion dollars of laws and had it on a quanto ton. A landlord see, investment ledo, a office see, a young begin at see. A GNWTC, a lease in with laws and had it say, a thing la little, a two quality. A hiring la see Halgatala Nilo had they say. GNWTC, John had to monopoly to Halong. Northerners saw the Naye Nilade. A long term leases dollar see. A northern property hell had to see. A do negotiating a yarn they see. A lease radio at they see her. A northern business with Galata see her. GNWT leasing what they see her. A premium had to Halgalata see. A resolo they see. A do policy dollar see her. Do policy see John GNWTC lease a ownership what they see. You had to lease a northern business bonds. You lease what they see. Yeah, you can't dollar see GNWTC. So lot guy on the see. You premium see northern company see her. A Department of Infrastructure $28 million. $109 lease $626,000 haunted. A downtown Yellowknife see millions of dollars but there. A local landlords lila de lo. It's a government see. John territory see. A Minister of Infrastructure is currently. A northern business it's in there. Nunavut it's a rent and lila. Mr. Speaker, Lucy Simon, 2020 Wise Woman at Destro Region Siha. The dudes on Fort Simpson, Connie, Huther. He was a friendzo, each on regional leadership Siha. 28 years of Gorsham. He a supporter, he's a queen of zone, had to done halala naile. Done a quantar town, sequidi, el case halala now. You see, he loves slippers bald in le. He do nazo gala now, it does not consi. He does slippers see us an each see by killing leather. Jean Marie River, 8 daughters, 15 halt in el in leather. Mary Louise, Jim Sandwich. He had not done alter that I hear in la neither. He the two chantan halgala now. It Jean Marie River seat. He on the land practice had to done halgalena. He the two chan. He the two Lucy done halgalena see her. He artists what they see her. NWT National. He neighbors the two law and I see. He Art Center of Ottawa, but lower there. He thought so quick, you want to unit turn later. He asked me that in a car had to it's out on the. He to do moose here top thing all now. He to do on that yes no. He Open Sky Society see. He to do cheese all now kill at the died on he see. He to do John the Ruston see. He had to out a queer honest tiny. He is door shoe, so long biskenna. He don't say queer, skenna, you don't not there. Then I had 2 had to yeah, 2. He to do that a queer kiss cornel tunnel they say. He to do languages, then that will tunnel they say. Government in Northwest Territories, Hagalena. Health and Social Service that show to the Halgala, no loss on lot guides on Halgala Nile. The business manager, B&B, the halt to bed and breakfast. Lucy si. Non stressare. Da tutilo rosa su. Da yung crepanation. Da Thursday si. Da tu chan. A sipanation had to see us era to that. Beginners days of hustle. Had to use a panation had to see to a sinus con. Had to suit us down. More seals. Nice South. International Women's Day. Opportunity. It's a colleague. It's a friends, neighbors who had a job. A do had a job. Literal support. Mind side all now. Work rotation what they see. That two had to job. Rotation wouldn't mind all now see. The connect with Tata. Then is in Thursday we mind see. The two budget session. 6 p.m. Guess. So now us had to just pick up a little. The two childcare support to be all at that. Single parenting had to be all at that. 8 a.m. Had to be all. Do hall see. Marcial Legislative Assembly see. It's a workplace see. Had to work comparatively see. 2 hours galeta see. Young. Had to clear skis galeta that young lawyer said. A caregiver style town. Do politics galeta see. Had young get you nil had to COVID-19 pounds had to be galeta. Health workers who had to see frontline workers who rotational workers who 3 or 4 weeks had to be galeta. Marcial see. Do work challenge had to see. Yell knife see had to see. Action al Casey. Mercy to St. John yell knife. Had to let on lost here and the jump at the Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Board of Directors who St. Inclusion 2020 Volunteers Award Group Category. NWTC's riding get it. Clients who had to not see, staff who had to see. John D had to coins the had to bahal at that. Inclusion NWTC. 100 and 150 clients had to bahal at that. Jabulecho, just service dollar. Independent living only see the literacy classes what they see. Service dollar see what the skill service what they see. ASD service see ha. Do law see the units and birthday. Yes, 200 clients a month hunted on your hotel. Visibility program there. Each 9-member board had to be Galanada. Don't COVID challenge dollar see. Flexibility had to adaptation held in see. Young clients who had to see Galata see. Word see. Staff at the ball yes. the exec Len Elkin Bonete. A group award seat aboard Ponle. The special recognition ali. The Ben Russo seat Bahalalao. Secretary Catherine Fairbairn. Chris Cahoon. Tony Floria. Congratulations, Halusini Board of Inclusion NWT. Do service that the Halalai Nasi. Clients who Halalai now see. Organization see. Do Chantana pa Halalai now. Channan get you Halalatade.
No puede ser. Sagaya, entonces. COVID bonito, sí, está, nangaya. No, I don't know, it's only COVID sign of it's in the level. Had to really see some got only restrictions on the way. Had to done each other. A child chilo on hell light deal. Had to rise in addictions, melt the health to social service also. Need jeans off. Set their family to. Then some land or hule, no Latin. November 2020. Choice said so not there. The whole day. Joint thing is behind the joint side top. Sank Edie who live. Trace Jamaica what teasing. Says it's a mullet in there. Says a who lives in such a mullet in there. Think that is a matriarch in there. No, it's a families in. No, it's a strength, no, it's a rock. Trace, any woman is on there. It's equinox in there. Resilience, not Eddie there. Kate, bitch, I knew spiritual woman. Dan är jag nättrå. Jag gjort alls jag nättrå att lyssna. Då känns det väl där som är. Jag ju supporten ju då. Jag check all the var nu Twitter en year no bara där. Jag ser ni det. Så låt honom något då nej. Så bara ni ni. Jag just här ni. På annars tid så bara då är det. Så det är not hell. At the very current members of at those that's out school. No boy out school. Must see me speaker only then.
Through these difficult times. Merci. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery.
Committees built on all two standing special committees. Oral questions. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Here yourself. Mercy. Minister NWT Housing Corporation Minister Corral. The construction of RCMP housing hat lorste. A flat air in it. 42,000 RCMP units. Like air. It's on Nungaya. Northwest Territories. It's on Nungaya. October 2020, 21 like air. Mercy. Here South Sanskrit. Minister. Cut is told you on the quote here, Mr. Speaker. Housing Yachido. Mercy. Tasitan Bequan, federal initiative to the Tasitan federal government hill. He finally that cut. Federal government because that designed the RCMP to design it here. Al Kasi, Al Young. Here is South Africa. The minister was corrupt. Tasitan without low. You said by quantity chillat early storage space on Lilo. Has it done that was quick out on Sonat, they were quite chill cotton. Does it turns out the federal government of Canada when consultation turns out to go shell who lives in members hill? Yeah, information that was a linear. Here is South African Atlanta. Mercy in it. Minister Golton, it does it done. They quite. But quite that not they see closely how you're not they see the quite close with yes near not they each other. Quite good he's not thing or that closely quite closely. It's a project by Boyles here. The Housing Corporation Minister he was burst curler. He would quite I can see yeah. Quite cozy say as a quite the another seat on that administrating how not all shoot the all the tola. I saw federal government I'll say on you. Mercy. Number from that put down scar. Mercy. 5 new units in. That's it on the chapter. Think tele is some large units not saying. To the 18 housing rooms that's quite Minister so that some part Hein la so that some part no say here. Had to turn thing ha. Are you consul say some part but no sign out. Mercy in the minister thing. Nearly by Champoni there see COVID-19 bunny there. The Housing Corporation $5 million to LHO's battalion in there. Housing repair ha. Don't let the reason ruins nil in. Don't I remember new construction bill for the Octagon here. The lot really retrofits and you still is here. Public housing units under standards in Cilia seen that during public housing repair during 2021 ga tennis Cilia you can Cilia will sa. None spoken. The old Weber used 1978 no books together one law new bills for you. Hein law has sitting right in here. saw the quasi 1970s la saw the complex lot had well of no house no body. Minister of Housing here. Martini. Seen near home ownership pro that's on Nanke out on Hilgalas now say Weber unit so his strategy to it. So Hubs Corporation the unit done public housing tenant single family dwelling units not this nine units Gola na ne the south hall ket south din south din Ines inga the member that DC were not here sa that's in right ya the quanta la see home see but the shoreline at the shoreline quanta la at that Gorshan member that DC damages that in the zone to see housing corporation Bilateral indigenous groups a little bit in writing Bilateral it about that sample it's it there it's that could say Caribou when I do here and not booked on the card Mercy Minister Mercy saying to this cursing to Sini have retrofits renovation for all of no Sini a third party to high larger you quantity Sark's Harbor Taco look go housing renovation Clara cord that was a the quan don't go hat that was a barge height barge nearly Hanne had very low that would that's on chaos it on got a lot of year there is only Minister of Housing at here Marcini condition raised the priority in like public housing unit in 40-year mark now had only so the staff members that are riding a quant of cart or at as you see the country silly had to like Gershon was there you're the material had to see what Nelly on your writings and Marcini and I put not that on us car Mercer Minister during the community tour you had to lead yeah it's a high lodging dan benul is a year outsiders they nothing don't need to that there's all a lot of Chile had a lot only hello said in writing you had and got hey you something goodness on a big because Minister hasn't to support at the local hirely now retrofit expertise on the now we got past inspection for that law well at see bit course on the lovely had to come number well asked you the help progress now yeah like well at Marcini just choked on the curl Merci. Premier source photos is in partner reports in the premier is correct. This escalating cut that was that see that he was on the gay premier record cabinet also that energy savings to the cost living on there. No thing. I see to question the she said needed so the pet cost living this single parent last hard and had their course that it's all non chaos and ordinary course. You had the has to that you didn't. Mercy, the energies at update in see fossil fuels in Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, Burn Orders, West Territories Park Corporation, Marine Transportation Services, so departments, so energy plans for long-term development, secure, affordable energy, transportation, heat and electricity. Mercy. Of course, long energy strategy, holistic approach of the infrastructure at the infrastructure you're not here. Minister responsible for infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, 2030 energy strategy, but yeah, GNWT and partners with $400 million to reach a strategy. How to energy system is all. How to the energy to increase you. Greenhouse gas get Mozilla. We have how to put those had the strategy how to put well later. GNWT grant program government industrial alternative energy and efficiency at the Arctic Energy Alliance at something this thing later. Reliable rebates and the residents of business energy projects and hydropower yes, but no, it's the strategy the overnight CC like that.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. 2020 Vision C test to Tanganelio, to John Energy Tanganelisi. Premier C. Biomass strategy that to departments that only. Hayin la leo. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A seat that Tila had connected as an Tanapa. A housing hello, housing corporational. I had that test on how Sinel near. A Weber Katzi, that I had. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Biomass strategy that test Laura did test the canoe de see. Control that heat way, John test the dark other but our control that heat. See on diesel tank other. Premier at all, Minister at all. NCPC. Do strategy. Do test Lord that got it here. The get on how. That says the that you had it control on there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Government of Northwest Territories biomass projects here, halala nada. Test Lord the canoe they see the get on her. That says historic canoe the wood pellet the can see. NWT that the territorial government, I know you Doris here. Biomass heating seed. A GNWT, you without a hali. Either do construction CO2. A 200 big project or like that. A 2030 energy strategy city like that. A 200 see like that. Merci, Mr. Minister, Industry, Tourism, Ayuda Discovery License, because not need a Husky Energy ha. I can't do ha. Ayuda Toda. I Minister see. Ayuda Saltuta da holiday ha. Regular MLA. Ayuda do your license to Pacific and Tandagar Halini ha. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Government of Northwest Territories, Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, government to the Tala Sitan, Bidsi, Section 30 Act, had to be correctly. Do John license on the Pasesi, Husky Siha. Do John Bikalata Siha, federal Betlazing letter. Research giveaway law. Section 30.3. See the license to it. Condition Tala see how to. Minister see how to tell it. It's Lazina. The minister see. Work requirements see the annual fees to. Husky Energy see the veto but sound hole. The terms and conditions see how to license it. The exploration of how to gonna touch on annual fee to do some allowed it. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Husky Oil see. 2011-2012, devolution regime see. The two Petroleum Resource Act see had it. The two jump bid who had they see rental fee structures who had they see ha. Without some money clear that. Act out la see the benefits who had they see ha. Husky. The two chant the bid see the two had to get all na see. The process see. That says how to this a law. Had to chant. The tula the Husky see. Not data. The two devolution had to see. Two license to call from Bido had to see hot. Our cursito. Discoveries. Merci. Legislation doing young later, Dëne. Minister see authority but thought aha. But on northern benefits ha. Had they let on company license balio. So law they'll guide and not the all and nelo hanne de hanne. The terms and conditions but Husky had the blank check but the talio tlatea. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Husky see. 2011 how young later 2012 book. Had to saw. Business. The two chant to not see. And had to call. Had to get all see. Benefit plans I'll say a public hill now, a northern community ha, a do rental so to non nisi. In la, a don't sona guys and had to say betil there, no ne held nehla. A to net pahali telha to beneretio, a do some development see ha. A husky license la see. Got an annual fee there. A nail sneha. A minister see. A license. Hatilo wait and then try a layer to. A high la to the la. A ma. A wait and try a near to. A do exploration. A license here do exploration license here case. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Gonna time on Department of Justice. Don't say don't say don't. Don't tell 19 low at review line low what they say. Do don't any see who the hell. Do licensee. Had to be calculated. A renewal net. Do hands that do reported in see. On net bahal telo. A new actor had to be calculated. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Yukon NWT border nearly because the premier Bahalia too, a bubble that the NWT hell. A border tire chantoila. A Tanata hell. A Yukon government the Bahalia tea. A Tanata Tilsi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A Tantaiku, Tataja, a hiring loss. A high percentage had to second dosage. 18 over COVID vaccine than all ya. A buffer delta, a halne. A Yukon NWT bubble no. A yetana premier Yukon territories of Bahalia. A exemption of this need cross borders. You have to call it exemption of net bubble. Had they been bordered 13 on that British Columbia hell. A couple weeks in had the British Columbia hell all at that sea. You had on the Venezuela. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Not good news, but you Premier seat, Minister of Health who had a do plant all that see. Higher rates of vaccine really. Merci, Mr. Speaker. A CPH show you had to be held 9 kilo. Done a vaccine, I'll let Dicor Lacey. I take Mr. Speaker. Had to immunization Nesiha. It's a quisidi. A vaccine baits in there. The vaccine see had to John. Followed September to now. The garbage on the train la had this year. Vaccines had this year. COVID the con, but that done. Where's there? Kid on there, go chain la. CPH shows here there. The Minister of Health City. You had there, you can all I know that you don't. You don't have your sorry. Merci, Mr. Speaker. A public health emergency. Nice topic a deal see here. Emerging wisely plan see. John Northwest Territory see Beaufort Delta see. Mines out the had out. Exceptions you know had to see. A public health emergency. A vaccine see. A health emergency see. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Health and Social Service. Merci, Mr. Speaker. CPH show. The rest assessment at the end of that do. Do on public health. The darn tanda had the public health order that. Self quarantine 14 days. Hunt at it. Risk from the day can hold orders at one they see. Premier seat that do. Like vaccine level had to see. 40% on the score chance on then get 1.42% haunted at that core. You don't know score la. Yes, no higher in that COVID-19 birth on it. No see. Who's that big a time later? Third part see. Vaccine the COVID-19 the transmission see, don't they see? Control virus that's Thursday had to had there. Had there no need don't know all it on that. Remember you're not to see. You don't know that you got that sounded to do isolation dollar. You do your families what they see here.
Oral question.
Yelnef North than Caribou. Infrastructure. There's Caribou, the GWT rent on here. Southern landlords and Atlantic, some gold there lease. Targaya $8 million Nalia Northern renters. Then the old knife North Mercy. $18 million. The apartment in you. Total number of Chile, northern business and premium northern business and southern business had a here on the list. 1984. The buildings are you. But not new, I don't know the compliance with the policy. Beginning to ask the minister $8 million. In compliance, you don't know, it's in housing units. With compliance, honey. Leasing real property policy beginning to ask any. All questions, you'll never know it on this currently. At the says, but her need let you previous analysis. No, at least not needed. Well, here, rented this new rental year, office buildings. At the corner near got with here, John Lisa, $18 million Southern Line was Tagay. Got the car that they're building that, they're here. Here, yes, Nettie. Mercy. Remember the document that in Holland City, here, but also don't course and the to contact to see firstly the document member or not to see course in the young night north at that on the girl. The documents on the nasty giant building the child you'll see who that no rental in less. See that not there is crazy. The rental, $18 million non-northern landlord. Minister got to nothing how. They need least to own versus policy nothing how. Had a premium another northern premium 9 low. Minister infrastructure. Mercy in and this other document on this leases expires and new it cost benefit who they have had only that singers policy lease versus own analysis in the new lease contract 10 years 28% of 72% of office space rental that a locational local market that we see operational needs assessment on the availability that I don't see any. All questions. Can't like on this girl. See the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment this girl. See the member statement on that scene Lenin. A temporary currency earmark fall 2020. Federal economic statement on the Arts and Heritage Fund, not over Trumpaganukla Minister Trumpar Carol federal government. Is art strategy because all the bill of not only. Minister in line. Federal government the governments territorial provincial government Canada councils arts had to that something all yeah organizations founded that on get that something about her hadilla artists on it in huli sunny gatala nani the next count kiss no federal minister but I feel to go make who will funny no a application posting le artists higher Samparakura. That would be had to do it. That would Samparakura and I don't know, say our strategy who got out now. I know. That would artists who don't get ya, but eat there. That would Samparakura. Cam Lake in the zone little. Yeah, it's grant for not a government systems a bit other. ITI to NWT Council ECEO. Hata one nice sir. Minister that the NWG art was on school independence on the ECU and the Sanzani Colonel is on the don't know. Minister see us council Clara, we live not here to honey minister. That would some part and tell you ECU that we all not see. Artist collective territorial what you see what. Need see on the hero. Art council you had to all not little. Can't wait to this colonel. Minister and see dreams of thought. Kabalas na her stuff. Minister Industry Tourism South here to a deal. That would art Monkey and cultural heritage house ECNU clown tourism here cultural Chanchania but Chania your Kurt Laser. Some arts but Taylor your song but that's on part head with the eyes on that was how you arts of GNW I saw all of the northern artists not they see but Utni had a mercy. Minister the conversation that one LT saws in one LT here. I see that will die fancy. The job this program so residents of great I that would service and service and job distribute that to departments of Galatasi, GNW Sagal that integrated service approach that we all are resident focus in that we all are that we government that we all are see. The Sagatala now it's attached to ECEO that we got a line. Horny had it's a yes. IT the Department of Responsibility, Prince of Wales, they call the ECD Department. The Sipa non needed or international one non needed. At the do that to work like that, expertise of the department both to be extra. That way it has seen gone. That would necessarily have to see no one in which he is on anything. Not they actually came like, not they done this correct. We're seeing it. I see the other thing. They were going to ask here, seeing that there's a minister. He wanted here to listen. That there was courtesy. Minister was courtesy. Table energy says, you should get nearly on it. Minister, he seems to be machine. That was a curl house, that was it all to a committee that you. I mean, camera in public has open like that, any. That would see it, I like that, could done. You're there when I'll kill, then I'll kill. Here's Danny committee, he'll eat you. Standing committee economic development environment social development had to not thought the not area so no title has the table is let go in frame lake on the Minister of Isn't Tourism Ministry is correct. The discovery license Husky Energy don't choose Minister that deals about the Zonlat Evely. Hat only years than serious crit like July. Minister big closet amended Petroleum Resources Act. Had the discovery licenses done lost you the terms and conditions can eat later. Marcini. Tourism investor Kiddo. Sub 3 is Petroleum Act or Kidney. This license prescribe formal terms and conditions. The Act regulations are you minister discovery license so you're not here. Frame Lake Tunnels Cur. Let's see the same idea. That DC section 3.3 here. That is that DC discovery license terms and conditions really the only license but they had or any up there. ITI here. In the video Gaslis the village. Hopefully maybe as a greedo Gaslis in it. Bit so called here exploration licenses CC won't on there declarations or you see productions in to be active big closet put on his own really yeah go like that. When they knew that the ball like that don't discover license because I'll chew because seen the at what they lie. A cool member is saying that actually in a cool. How do it night and you get all your minister to you all not to the license because is not the thing that that will see a light out the resolution of the bulga light out in the trail I see any. Minister that's your niece at a left head to eat at chassis in the zondi lebona shredile. Had to leave bikini as let any. The exploration license to 175,000 square hectares. The rental, but the rental near $3 to $8 per hectare. The exploration license with that $1.4 million a rental. The exploration is higher. Minister, the reduction of small business, I wanted something of that. Minister, rental fee was a lot of years, husky gas, oil, and I don't see a lossy exploration license, but the but my order is only any. Minister, the discovery license was not there. His grandfather let any. He held a senior sign that. How do I say? Need that's not there. Not there. Future not. They would need then to resort and you'll see the Bernard Holland now license so if central fee but yeah central fee fairness so at idile previous that at Ubel Michelle in later budget lalia. Had to lead some bit at some kilo 15-year licenses. Had to benefits plans will need to have that. The new benefits new regime for had to put in rental fee. Nay, it at had illuminated it on. So you reflection review had to good reputation of fairness so legal rescue 100 more not hit wall Chapter Nether LC Mr. Terry Act. They want a bunny jersey system mode that will bid service or rental fees or you CB a lot to a delay in the LC. A revenue in there, some part not all year. San Bakinia Tanangaya. See, 15 years in North Antilles, too, discovery license. Nancy called the Tutane terms and conditions because that's on Nankaya, it are hot only hot we got to yell now in Latila. Clonda Pola in the hard, the discovery license. Companies of the public at Nankaya Tanto. There's a lot of people now. Had to reach the public of no church churches by last now. Had to reach that same. Big new rule of sorrow. Big little vice ministries. See from the vice department of justice in the zone to be had don't let see who's here justice in that's it should had to let over light government case department of that pass it doing that don't legal advice powers at here best advice no select Mr. Spiggy last now it's allowed it's on the so I get yacht and last now at mercy.
Question.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. NWT Housing Corporation Riskura. RCMP units. Thought the units net sound. The Sitana thought it not there. NWT Housing Corporations. The Sitan is just in Teleha. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You catch on numbers at St. Nicole. Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, see. Federal Housing Unit, see. Administer Leoto. Housing Corporation, the program deliver. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had the Unit C. Unit C. Minister C. The housing, public housing, how thought that. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You had the rental low, had to see the home repair programs, had the dollar. You can't do federal government, can't out there record that. You do programs and I say. You transfer the other on. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You Minister see. The 2 units see occupy. Consonal new don't there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Unit see the federal government see. You're the Kevagordia, the quantity on it there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Unit C, the term C, not state. The repairs allow the unit C. The department C, the quan non allowed that they have. The units go the cloud hall. The get thousand to sit on unit C, though. The need see the public housing help that in Lille. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Ye units had it all yada. It highway la hit or chase it to Bahalgaletara. You can't have to dice it out. It highway la see. Housing corporations hit had to John. Then quantinate yet than a yanni. Stand a passun lad. You kid the federal government on the West Nisi. The Nwt Water you kid the two housing program. The doors chasey. Written questions. Minister see. But the department see. Mackenzie Place High Rise see. Hone new to the Senal new to. Market housing to. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. High rise seat, Hutayanda. Yet the owner see a bahal jeltide. Co-investment gap in Ilio. The rapidly housing did it. High rise seat that do be galatasi. Had a collet. Member Cielasian cat don't they see. Either do owner. Either do Quang Daily. Where's the Mr. Speaker? Minister see. It's not the law down. Either do Quang. Engineering because health side of it is fire electrical of it is either do John assessment of the because I can't see it. Mercy. You can't do John Kid on this here. Has it a deal? Either do the department here. Either night the can't see it. Sont ain't lady. A saw couldn't kind low the 1 floor the scenery in low. Keep an irritated update is there. Either do John owner of the building held there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. The high you had to see. Then I saw it, I think, telling low. We streets cannot do. A Pagura show had to see. South and the federal funding still, but street that out there had $12,000 a month per person. But I didn't know how to not there to to see. Cloud on its plans there. Public housing units, so it is rental units, so had this. Waitlist cannot do it, see her. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Housing corporations, a non-profit organization that members see it Dorchester the Halian Q a housing corporation see a homeless initiative a that health company line there a begalata see a tata neither in low on the guy a continents a day that you so none get over there. Il John Motel in it members writing see. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You minister seat, Marcia Lucy. Written questions. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Government see that the code of conduct see. Oath of us. Government of Northwest Territory see. That do public service dollar see. I get the tail that do because all code C. High numbers activity government of Northwest Territory C employees volunteer sector C hiring law governance private profit Minister of Finance how many GNWT employee approval Tennessee employment or self-employment or service, remuneration to on boards, council, committees, and volunteers. GNWTC conflict of given time. High Sona rights and hat. Responsible deputy head. Employees conflict of interest there. Appeal mechanism only do. Conflict ho jare. Dismissed deputy head to. Partnership government to private sector. Government see. Conflicts of interest see. The new form. It let to what an honor tana GNWTC. Approval outside work so had a kept in reduce conflict see. Hunt era a untan patala nasi a service guide nilo a dojan than authorities in lot hiring la city a code of conduct see. Returns to replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government of the Northwest Territory. Motion 11, brackets 2, elder strategy, Oleta Siha. Documents, nods and document. Follow-up letter, oral question, 58-19, brackets 2, Fort Smith Regional Office. Oral question. -19 brackets 2. Access for internet for students. Mercy. March 11th, I will move the following motion. member of Haverhill North. Rule 4, House adjourns on Friday, March 12th. It shall be adjourned Monday, March 29th, 2020. March 29th, a Speaker Popinere, a Executive Council, members of Legislative Assembly, interest. A gaan is het telsnede. Het oud gaan is in telsie. Give notice halle. Het oud dat gaan is tellen is. Bill 3, Bill 12, Bill 13, 14, 16. Committee Report 8, 9, 10-19, brackets 2. Minister Statement 7-19 to table document 165, 166, 167-19, brackets 2. 286, brackets 2. Committee of the Whole to order. Wish Mr. Norn. (2021, 2022) Assembly.
Legislative Assembly. now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider
2021-22. Speakers, I knew. Anthony. 21-2022. Main estimate, legislative assembly. Estimates in the down there, $1,723,000. 7.6% of Dodger 2020-21 main estimates. Two estimates are not teasing. At Uberalaita, Donnerai fiscal year Galaita, see the for the priorities they saw. The office space connect clerk. The staff, the Dodger. Nakeda. Statutory obligations, establishment of independent commission review, compensations, benefits of the electoral boundaries commission, Tara. Regulatory languages, interpretive services, legislative assembly, DIA, supporting needs of statutory offices. Merci, Madam Chair. All the CSOR current members, senior, buenos dias. Witness is still there. Next, the witnesses, Claudia on there. Marcy on there. Kim Wickens Williams, Director of Corporate Services. Acting Clerk Glenn Rickman. Marcy. Committee documents justice. Department summary with the activity cloud nearly expenditure nearly members. Page 8. That's correct. Frame like that's correct. The Dodger members, their pension expenses and current financial year 21-22 will occur. See, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Wickens, Merci. Pension expense 340,000 at Dodger. His membership election, the new membership, lower discount liabilities, intensive Dodger pension expense. Frame Lake, pension Dodge near see that when there's new defined benefit pension. Members onwards, Hachara. Merci. Some about that childhood, and Sancha, ne. Depends on level, current, future needs of the assembly, pension plan. Merci. Members will corral me. See, page 9, legislative assembly expenditures. We have a summary in 2021-22, and it spent $9,157,000 in a committee growth on it. Office of Chief of Victoria Officer, page 10. Information you page 12 you make Lisa. There's Carhone. You don't know what on this car. See, some of the words the funding electoral officer assessed ill at that. This saw anything at 1.26 million. I have about 500 million in it. That was the join there, thought that, honey. This is we can see in this area. The thought saying it's about expenses after the chief electoral officer, Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, Minister Deputy Chief Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Election 2023 had the twice there. Keith had a twice there. Now, had the positions now, there's some number thoughts out in your name at Clare High Court. There's a great Alcada see going on. I've seen it. Deputy Return Officer, Electoral Officer, Administrator Site and New Kizane, Mickelsi on off sheet while high. This we can stay. Chief Electoral Officers had the done the staff next year, the new Kizane. Elections are don't hibernation let had only some public and Ilya Hayiri. Page 11, latest to leave Assembly Chief Officer, summary 2020-21-22, main estimate $514,000 per committee per hour. And the Office of Clerk page 13, Garslisa, 16, Garslisa.
Yellowknife North. 600,000 contract service Dodger. It's all that. Miss Wickens, Sunday. The increase that just the office of the clerk contract service the seasonal the consonal the staff $414,000. Board of Management CD. The monument missing and murdered woman $75,000. Mercy, Madam Chair. The office space with the Siha. Not the staff at our office of clerk. Mercy, Madam Chair. Miss Wickens. It's all increase of the and 24 office space the office of clerk the office space you can stop out of her. Mercy, Madam Chair. the office of the clerk of law outlawed. Miss Wickens, the article nada. Capital Area Development Fund, a contribution to 19 a 50 near. It had some of it out there. Capital Development Fund, page 15, 2019 sampa lelo. Minister see. Sampa without you. Capital without see. Madam Chair. Committee 2021 haljele. Legislative Assembly Yellowknife City Council RCMP, the Yellowknife Dëne Department of National Defense. $50,000 bangla. Capital Development Fund. Causeway City Centers, you know. Each party see monument support the committee see some about general maintenance hal into with snow removal of causeway the balatale committee held to monument says Claude hal yeah the quitol they see hal yeah. Mercy, Madam Chair. Hajela. Page 14. Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimate $9,417,000. Of course, all. Page 19, questions allowed. No questions. Page 18, Nucleon. Legislative Office of Speaker, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimate, $508,000. You course out. Page 20, page 20-24. Primblake. The dude Tampa Donner. The Ombuds office. The Tahoe Donner later. The Tampa Donner. The Ombuds. Hello. Good. I'm at work right now. You want to call me back in a little bit? Okay, do that. Bye-bye. Dash. $8 telecommunication contract, $13,000. But do behalgalata ombudsman behalgalata language commissioner seat $1. You member your commissioners benefits $132,000, $53,000. You part-time to full-time holiday. Mercy, Madam Chair. Director, Human Rights Commissioner, $200,000 thought out on our shop. Mercy, Madam Chair. $169,000 Executive Director compensate benefit $12,000. You thought the position Godelia. Staff not Karaizana do Begalatase. Full-time position or less. Human Rights Officer $140,000. Travel budget seat pilot project see. Not do the Human Rights Office see. 5 regional pilot program. Commissioner see. Contribution. Contract what they say. Yolne see how do. Part-time service see how. Human rights education information the community members have. Intern position. Tanazatil see how de. Senior, mercy. Active position, page 23 again. Saltusi. Talyada is Saltusa position. Ule. Mercy, Madam Chair. Two fiscal live. Satu office Nwt Water. New language seat. Portsmouth Aliada. Years in Aliada. Statutory office question. Page 21. Legislative Assembly Statutory Office Operation Expenditure Summary 2022 main estimate $4,047,000. Bekortal. departmental summary, page 5 here. Legislative operation expenditure, total department, 2022 main estimate, $24,443,000. Assembly, committee agree. Marcy, you witnessed chambers.
Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 286-19-2, main estimates 2021-2022, and the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources. Does the Minister of Environment and Natural
Resource opening remarks. Mercy. The year 2021 main estimate on Department of Natural Resource. Increase of $789,000. Estimate C 2021. Estimate C. Department of Natural Resources C fiscal objective C do strategic benchmark. Department C 2.5 NWT climate change bonzala do framework C action plan C $127,000 air tanker cost $58,000 C language service C 1.2 initiative environmental assessment C Nunavut Tuck Highway C agricultural strategy sustainable federal funding C recovery C Bathurst and Caribou a ton C 9th letter assembly C NWT climate change framework bonzala do leadership fossil fuel do climate change bonza implementing ENR livelihood action plan resident Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé harvesting support program food security co-management bonza wildlife protected area a time-based program, a heritage language, traditional knowledge, a the service delivery ha. A the management board had to see ha. It's a partners who had to see. A forest management plan. A bit of law need zero. A higher law protected area see had to John. A program forestry operations research had to monitoring program. A 800 full time. A haunted done but a lot neither. A without John need that since the opening remarks day. Madam Chair. Aaron Kelly, Deputy Minister, Director of Finance, Capital, Jessica St. Arnold. Forgo. Departmental by activity, sorry. Corporate management. Page 72. Yeah, page 75. Frame Lake. Marcy, Madam Chair. 773. I get program detail this 2021-22. I get reduction. Uya chada. Policy legislation communications agenda. Don't add. Marcy. A corporate cost a day. 21,000 birthday. A adjustment haljada. A decreased birthday. A field support unit. Amortization adjustment. A finance capital planning. A ya birthday. A historical spending up Wanza. A number 8. $217,000 a per 172 hunters bezetted 150 seat livelihood 110 sustainable livelihood programs what they say amortization. I eat Corsi. I eat but that's some part that got went there. I eat department I eat policy legislative policies. I eat some part that child. I eat Forestry Act Environmental Protection Act, Water Act, Protected Areas Act. I eat regulations see to be galata. I eat some part on our chili. I eat had to jump galata. ayita la linsi. Ayita do chomp on I'll tida. Deputy Minister Yule. Mercy, Madam Chair. Policy. Legislative developments. Law. Division. Forest management. Forest ACO. Conservation group to it. Regulations. What they say. Waters ACO. What they say. Monin. Capacity. Do we get all that? See here. Staff. What they say. Policy. Division. Madam Chair, mercy. Staff see to law, all I know to see out. 18th Assembly see it there. The 18th Assembly held you see. Friday and last week. The IT budget see $500,000 on it. Unit holiday. Mineral resources $360,000 a contract holiday. Staff the holiday low. Regulations all that time. It's a department no. Kids all that time. ENRC who got the line now. Support C had to be all that lately. It's like the Minister C, FMB, they had to get all I know. The budget nail, the legislation, the part, that are denal too. You don't, law, health that toilet, it are different divisions. See, you had to be all it all. See, sell net that the soon some recurred at the hustler. You had to draw. Can it be all it all? It are legislate. Mercy. Mercy. The Minister see the hustler. You all did some part. It all at the see her. You don't correct. A community harvesters assistance program. A program C. But that burrow had the none is not a deal, but that burr hill. Some part on earth generally. A review nasty. A program cleaner. Some part called on the assistance program see her. Deputy Minister is Curte. Evaluation of the big a program slide a chaps a deputy a chaplain of there. The chap program see out the bunny there later. A program slide chapping a dela. ENRC Galanasi. A had to be gal. A action plan Aljaila. A do chant some part Galatasi. A had to do Galata Kenazon. yi ta champa la si yi ha tu jang yi review ne hede yi ta tu review ya si yi ke ta gar champa la ko ya yi ta information we ka ta tu den sa ra ha tu we ka ta recommendations are set review
Member for Frame.
Frame Lake Yachido. And because I pandemically, had to new guy to with Korea. The Japanese that just lost it and any had to done at you some para and he down there. The all started in the zone. Through evaluation in our standing committee hill. Minister too. You will not hear Deputy Minister, you will not hear you. To find lot post COVID that not actually horribly had to be put out here. Had to be programmed, the computer had to find law. You're a thing, a sunny tell you not that you it like is that we only. Another day saw tonight every saw the programs here. Some members assembly it's on and get on have trouble like our saw at earlier. I see how in lie you land as a shot out and now they see you got Saturday you there's only any mercy. The report committee on it was to build also the see nothing in the lane mercy. Great late on the carton. Page 74 this year. Disaster compensation this year. 15,000. 2019. 4,000. There you go. That's all see equivalent. The high water level 2 that's all see to be they had net how some but really the compensation when they see federal funding big class at all any don't recur. Deputy Minister you're not here. I see it. The program it's all not really long of some organization. At least some part yeah. It thousand rubric contract us $40,000. Yeah. Criteria funding like that on that 4,500 in there per recipient. 4,500 per recipient. Had to the story on some basam guy there 100 guy. I see. And 4,500 compensation is all that's shot not easy. I don't have business near 4,500 to Chile. Cool first price. It's already actually the course. Not the first program. Not the for auction. The dark thing I have to have. Not the buyer told. For it's not legal in a nice little in to. Had a decline. First sales is on there, huh? The data, but department trappers with ultimate theory. It's about out there. Things that's about clear. The program also Nunavut trappers, it's not near. We can auction il number that don't deal holy. Hands on the Catolia. I told you, be killed near here in the warehouse, yeah. Auction here, the Galia, at where the thought charter, it's a thought charter. The deputy minister not here. It's that the programs so had to just allow dan no theory some programs there. No nil harvester auction April 2021 auction the zone inventory that is on there or not it's a lot of Chile. It's nothing you will ask me anything you're in I'll see you're not sure. I try how like that other massive that trappers, solo processors, manufacturers, all there's no silly say that do go in for industry round table neatly and got a real idolization of their industries that what all you see it there mercy great sleep yeah there's I'm mercy the same I'm near programs that don't there but you see yeah I tell you see dan it for that which are allowed see support is that the arts programs had to further that's the yeah that's it more and limbs at down there some portal big and yard in the zone here is something that's correct page 74 again community food clinic 2019 2020 239,000 yard shot 2021 50,000 then that yard shot deputy minister being not Tesla engaged with action plan he could had to get the high law Nile Chile what that ongoing 50,000 left it had to win Tanzal Chile had Tanzal Chile we need that tailored Ilani action plan that you Tanzal Chile had that some sunk older price full price for gunners in one Australia news has new polar bears in it heights and Nunavut and yeah Johnny had arrow at Sanan Canal NW Tibet on Algia to Galgia to minister not if it's done north it's a year law deal chapter some of it Algia is not the other deputy minister to April maison services on Nunavut is assessed Eddie he was also saying that it's not the other COVID related issues locally the prices the other travel split it the had a didn't compensation to the hell Hier is het some paar CC hat besucht nicht also die Detail Deputy Minister those three ha. Genuine Kenny for program that Ugalana see advances earlier. Grab staying premium so at night sampa. Oxen bunny this TV system that Ugala see. Insurance lot is a consensus. It's really. Actually, at COVID, you see that see at all that to had a nil here. In this one, I'll see innovation operation industry nil here. You'll see nil here. The Southwest here. The furry nasty. All nasty, all see. Selja here. NWT's Northern Arts, Northern Chambat, you know. Deputy Minister and not here. The cemetery, yeah, the nursing had that. Clean that journal here, the fervent c'est quick. That's when you're 100 Hennessy. C'est quick, but none is none is she see 1920 to 48,000 to 125,000 Johnny. Interest for claro. But those are illegal and nani. Minister. It's a queer minister. Combination of the departments of thought, I know Ian Oral, but also only yacha applications. The English yacha descriptions the deputy minister you're not here. Deputy Minister Kelly Mercy. Actually, some part COVID was, but don't they take a kid trapping program? I who cares a lot of, but that, yeah. Had I programs for all that I had to leave minister at these applications, the yard shop. Then the only the three got all now the program, well and all the near the her in law. Bit at yeah, so yeah, none get yeah. Could you disaster compensation on North Tree City? $15,000 in. What that? It's about that area. No, you the two thoughts I see. Disaster who department news Clara disaster at all. Trappers and stuff last it and can use the data of the government. No, don't edit hit you. Definition is not easy. Dat was klampet als dat langpunkt era. Ja, hier nog niet, merci. Deputy Minister gaan nog gisteren. Talsen damdelen in dat bocht Mother Nature toestand. Silo chan jong het bocht niet.
That was it, Honatio, a deputy ministeriality. Merci, Madam Chair. Ita tu hilpen si da hanatia. Ita program si. Ita criteria da. Ita program si. $4,500 program si. Ita hati hela si. 25%. Ita trapping si. That do si si. Ita durga zonteza oncha. Another si the chara. A program si Tolson River ha to pro $40,000 there. A don't have to Picanata. A specific Tolson si NWTC. A criteria si. A do fancy ya. Merci, Madam Chair. Traditional knowledge si. Dëne Chani hela. 7,000 in late 1920. $65,000 a job. A tla habitat da. A wildlife what is here. A don't neither a crow had a seal. A compensation allowed that da. A deputy minister will occur. A 65,000 C. A coding error da. A see. A Chani, Dëne Chani see had a seat. A had to. Dëne Chani hello had a see because a young department to some part now. A Galatao, a seat. A deputy minister will occur. Merci, Madam Chair. Traditional knowledge will there. The department is going now, so the alternate helgaleta compensation the lot. A project so it a galena. A civic galata. A one line item there. Yeah, you want different. Dëne Chani Champa yen de la yen Champa la de la Boston Champa la de country food yet food security. A corporate management is to the day. A serious cursey. A Dëne Chani helasi. A young department see hello. A do a sick on the tower research at the see her. A steady area. A see the Canadian renew at the Galena see her. A knowledge keepers what they see her. A signs what they see. A scientists what they see Galena what they see. Two all at is a. A need or young had to see it on how to do. A locals what they Galena see her. A dog cat or 30 at the sea. A tell at the sea. A year had to John. We are not teach on the I ta nil insi. I ta department yon. I traditional knowledge again chan. Mercy. I traditional knowledge done chan you done a ENR ye gala na da pasin it. Traditional knowledge local knowledge what they say. I tunnel yeah. I on net child too. I detail.
You do.
I traditional knowledge the two big galata. I John knowledge sit all. I cross cutting themo. I big galata seat research. Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, Madam Chair. I when there's nearest the earmarks. I twin see us. I country food really. $50,000 great list. I yields and that cleans it at Sampale. Deputy Minister will see. Mercy, Madam Chair. 239,000 in le. Engagement seat. Action plan in le. 18 communities John Northwest Territories but that 90 habitate. Don't have to Sampatinal Tila. Without your Sampayan or Jan Leda. Tell a country food deal to a budgeted Boston Sapa Lada. Food security somehow. A country foods not clean see. A cloudy Boston seed Galatara. I studies a leo to the sea. The Deputy Minister is Kerr. Mercy, Madam Chair. On the land unit seed Galata. Food security Galata. Sustainable action plan I had to say. Project seed wildlife fish and wildlife what they see Caribou projects what they see food security. Project seed because tunnel data that do through the new had they see because emerging issue la data. Had some became quality. Some bond last time said. Mercy, the local wildlife committee see. The local wildlife committee sit on our yada. Deputy Minister. Merci, Madam Chair. A community assistance program. The Untitled wildlife committee seat the same contribution agreement at the two chant the Sampanatar yard. Our corporate management. Merci, Madam Chair. Page 74. General statement of the traditional lifestyle of the Panatisi. Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé to Bachani la. Betor Adai. Do not Jaitao. You don't teach about on the rest of the a chat program of the Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé program. To Salt River Nestor, Chief Salt River Hilo. Some part that doesn't recurring data. A chat program see. Better out Métis Nation the door through. Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Page C. Traditional lifestyles allow. Do plant allow. But not top at large birthday. $50,000. A country food strategy had assistant livelihoods had a action. Some passy. Some pay the Zoom but out in little day. He programs slow. Government see it doesn't have there. Programs see it on a pahala see at the sea. Strategy it doesn't the unit of see as all the plan strategies. $50,000 in on. Chat pro. Individuals you thought they had that. It's not the studies do there. It do cigaretta sit the Carpenter's nile. He does had the business that did that. A business decision that he had to a unit there. The departments decisions thought mercy. Mercy, Minister. The decision is outside the box there. The two cassit and the Zutan Halgalai Tarza. Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. ENRC co-management by Halgalai. $50,000 so it is. Deputy Minister will say. Yun Sampacha 74 grants and contribution to hiring lot Dëne Patsamba. 50,000. Country food. Strategy see how there. Hiring lot help similar programs that last said. Chapter don't become it harder. Tape the family on the land, $50,000 see. None is not there. Regional harvest mentorship program. $260,000 alia. COVID harvesting subsidy. The exchange program siha. The chapsi bikalaita su. The sisal ne. The do funding salase. Take the family on the land. A community. The trapper support program de bikalaita. The hiring that the haduja. You had to some panu shell notes at there. The recommendation. You can see the recommendations. Mercy. Mercy, Madam Chair. You thinking out of the box? You thought done by time, let's see. You chat program is the panta panate. You need to be called holiday. You chat program done already did that. You program CD. You do traditional lifestyle with Galatasi. John Territory C. The hiring lot in Chile C. He some part of our Helele. He Claude Kenneth O'Neill in her. He do some part on earlier. He traditional lifestyle C. To the Northwest Territories with Agalata. He chat program this in there. Doing 14 years on it and this. He is to teach some part on earth, young lady. Let's add on a kissing some part. It's load. You done earlier had that on page 74 C. Increase in Solna. You had to commitment in Yada. IDC, co-management, trap program, process either. The thoughts and load edit. You thought some part on earlier had that you done earlier. Doing the two I say. Deputy Minister too. Boston City hiring lot already see. Do some part last say. Do Bahala like that. Deputy Minister only. Mercy, Madam Chair. Chap line items review programs go there. None needs but all the taha. Do Dëne $50,000 with 260,000 corpus harvesting. Exchange program see. The Kanea to Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Police guide. Program stala. Dëne Sųłıné. Had the Hanut at Tile. New program tala see. Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Do chap review see that to the law.
Madam Chair, just one.
Let's see, Minister, thinking out of the box, huh? Mercy.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order, and we are
Corporate management can make it schedule. Merci. Minister at the Dursta. Sampa Communities Harvard program Sampa Begina. How do they see Sampa Begini? Sampa Ni Lassi, Tanbahor Nilo, but how do you got shit? Had seen nothing had but their colleagues at the Cibicers are. Sampa Da China is only 8 and yet are. She has seen. Night on the economy, health city constituent at our last now. Trapping that's a lot in LZO, federal GNWT, indigenous government, lots of job. But hunters, trappers, but that's some bomb land out in it. He line item is a teeny in origin, some for occur at what low year. Said Minister, indigenous governments, but Aussie, Tinda Yagala na. But remember, who got the land now? That really, the deputy minister, you're not here, see, because she's a honey. But there's nearly one, see. See, the there's near, yeah. To that nail in a trap program. To you see that no one not that, review. Night and the second not that, process and that the wall and I say. He's somebody. He had somebody early. Take a family on land, Chipewyan, change their mentorship programs out. I see harvesting that it's allowed and nozzle seal somebody on India. Cam Lake, I see. To reveal note, you see. Support a bit because how some part of your chat program can to tilt easy. Minister knows in her the access point hunters and trappers gaps with some part but let's see organizations in our and it let 20 low but at the 20 low who need a traditional not zero to the flower to economy. Minister Tito. In la ottiera hatia. Kaya begeleita had the same begeleita ha. That the indigenous government but also your program see you're the that's some law napa. Could some part yara. You won't see indigenous governments need hello. You just something about 8 in a sea, hatoli. Deputy ministers, you're not here, you three. You're not here, saying that I hadn't had to waste and see. And so the deputy minister and opportunity lane had to let chapter, you know, things were not the concerns were not that here, but you can kneel in Halayera. Clarity had it, it's had it. A year there's some traditional economy, some on the land activities, chap fundile. He programs take a family on the land regional harvesting training mentorship program. A trapper support pilot with Bilateral. Hind Lovett's Isle to indigenous governments Isle to development of sustainable livelihood access planning or not Isle to tin that a year there you are not Isle to you at some poorly hate. Mercy. Mercy. Trapper support program at all reached hours in Chipewyan is still true. You had no tunnel in the zone. See the Bagalas no. The papa hornilat ila. Chipewyan trapping on the application process. School board to school application on Nunavut had to Satan me gorsa. There's a another. Se kuil ne zon hello. You see traditional economy hello se. Ne se kuidi. See hun. It's a saw. Say you see hun. Hasan kan henni. Hat ik orsan le huli. Hat ulitan the younger generation but nephew the traditional economy girl you know hotly tin bit culture bit on the hadnal kan der so a chapter 100 like 2 minutes dan hanal kan do Sampara bet edillo se qui edillo se qui hanal kan do school tire qui viewno nide Paganoch i hat I seen noch in der region center hey school level dan huli se kui wan na is here but is bezigini out on bar Caribou ni at di lo ni the minister that did told it is nil see that Russia no ni tan the another evaluation to not out here theory hat unal here hat es seen you information hat maison hat jare dat uberalait daar zit auxiliaire na zoli dan hier no any dat archide programs wat could you not consultation no dan heel ratalai daar if het dan not dat u galot no hallo nie red en pa het toe die le no slave office dat die wat al schiet hoorde ja dan die I do non huli bonochi a tua dila I nil a tua dila merci I'm sure not tenors crazy so the deadline minister toward to not have chat program but not elders but hat to not you chat program looking see I only in din sane I had a resultate. Den satte het also. The reporter you committee you 4 months look at how to something. Niet eten. Machine. Page 73 no was correct. Environment Natural Resource Management Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022. The main estimate 14,547,000 the community Kurhau and hit the environment protection waste management note. Page 76 note page 78 very quickly recurring out. I see waste reduction on last year's there. The line item 2021 to waste reductions minister Minister agricultural strategic implementation in the Bagalata low night etal it's some power in the Hatani night era. Must be in it. The waste management strategy in there publishing for hot Australian or could not also saw his strategy long don't you lot of but I loud the detailed deputy minister you're not here you Miss Kelly and they're not here waste resource management strategy see what the strategy environment funds in some ball to line and make a clear layer see don't see one last here to so not only Bilateral on target in action items that waste resource management strategy MACA Hilbogana LTC. Environment was currently waste production or waste management strategy was currently in it. There's a when I saw the contaminated sites, yeah, $339,000 contaminated sites a lot. See that so but yeah, millions of dollars federal government bit was remediation contaminated sites are. Do we GNWT that millions of dollars with orange also but remediate sites here at some point occurred. It's on like yeah it's on like a yard in Tanya got the law deputy minister the deputy minister of North Kisla. The some part we got their position department there's O&M operating costs and environmental liability funded giant of the government of some part of remediations contaminated sites the financing of 20 people like that. Don't contaminated sites like that. See, contaminated sites management policy or procedures of night jurisdictions scandal, departments he'll got the light out that will gaps close. See, when I'll hear some information that when I to committee and I night at a committee that he'll could help you others only federal government at the burners Neil in the state tourism and investment. Federal government's case in there. No need here. He is responsible need that DC need Can we let's see, Madam Chair. The conversation then actually corporate management section that DC of course but there's need the government that DC but like remediation the economy of the minister division with there's only staff that's some part or ITI federal government then some part law there's some part then the article and not out on the east hall he detail how deputy minister and not here name minister Miss Kelly and not here Mercy the contaminated sites got a lot of department budget in order environment in those that was got the light see at up that I see staff that's on jurisdictions policy procedures seal assessment or your capacity of that light see Madam Chairman. Yelling Night North on it, Colonel. Waste sites on North Caser, devolution, Habana, the responsibility to John, but also that it I will negotiate the federal GNWT sites, plan out, but also that. The deputy minister, you're not here now. Miss Kelly, not saying. The group negotiation department land silver and see the sites see ESA I see Madam Chair. You don't need no circle. Should they call this that DC bonus Thursday? Larger review, y'all. Review the chart. I plan to review it. ITL, ENR, plan to use time begin 10 mine. You get our federal sites like millions of dollars. YKDF in federal government not here. Say you got a GNWT Canada sites hold on the issue going on the level. Hassina, I 3 ministers to the closet, I know, all the same there, mercy. Update or say. Go, Environment Protection Act, no, not terror, I know. Six sites, no mandate, negotiating mandate, cabinet, don't, federal government's I'll show. You build a light off. You don't let the go down act and the AC, nothing deputy minister or not for you. Amendments to Waters Act and Environmental Protection Act. GNWT review of Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act not edit. Hat not edit. The amendments which also well like that. The only not done is current. The 4 years business plan, Waters Act, Donegal, Environmental Protection Act. The clarification is a little needed. Is idile. Business plan idile. Kuzi MAB or me no yeah. I contest out of it. The only north. Clarification was there. You know, as the partner with this crowd, Tom, MBA or Mayor's crowd. Thomas crowd, must have. Minister. EIA, and the only north. EIA has a spot in the department of Sagata, I know some part how it's like service stakeholders, but it's some part the business plan. Noril in Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, federal timelines for all and not a year. Air rigs are going to PC and BRMA. Deputy Minister, Deputy Minister, not face there. Mercy, Madam Chair. Well, I thought we Waters Act, clean the air, reside and clean the EPA co-management is like Waters Act co-management here. That to be like that here. Air regulations in you know. But land water boards out here. That we all know. That will those no really that review no is an indigenous governments legislative projects with all now in the board in the What I know in review NBR me at ere nil in hello. Hat you pagal at high seat there EPA then what is actually non ere kutana must it manager. You only nice of here. Mercy. Waste production $200,000. The environment protection units of IUM implementation or you see but positive waste management, yeah. Waste reduction strategy, you all you see some. Much in there. Plant a waste reduction record now horse here. Deputy Minister in Australia. Much see, Madam Chair, Miss Kelly. The waste reduction unit at 1 year. Environment funded by a group that resource management strategy all another. Mercy. You only thought? Mercy, man, sir. The nurse Nila at Ugala or Shilla. Had 23 staff and can't they all a dollar and waste reduction. That some public a lot. Waste management is some passing unis Guinness that there's a science here not in buildings and landfills here. Als Facebook ja, there's only there's only planted on the waste reduction use and got talana. 7 in the ministers, thanks to you.
Page 77 is, yeah. Take a laboratory, a line item, $2 million, $712,000 revenue. A lab deep on contracting or you sigala you private sector to all now. A project did hard all this day. Take a lab. A lab see but in all two there. You some part of the the business outside the government or something. You take a lab in all two but door order. You had that up on El Kilo. You had the Bonal Tida. You John Northwest Territories than Batil there. You business not law had they see her. You that quick turnaround see her though. You that do because all that see that Tiger Lab see it, but they know it here. You the lab see. You but or other you the lab see. You water testing to the Telo NWT. You the Western Nunavut it and Halgalanada. You the all do the Senate in see at the Trump kill there. You the labs without some Nai Hulete. You the sampling in seat of the NLT in Haile. Giant mines who had a roller to be seat a sample in sea it a ile. It a non al de ila. You lab seat that do John Galano. You wastewater testing what to see canete. You hostage shortage in low. Government departments who to Galena. You the front lines here to Ila. You two at the sea. You business seat a Bible business a daily. You labs night don't lay letter. You business etc. Mercy. You nurse net of minister see. Particularly you had to minister behaldi as test trial. You had to the short term testing a bit. You lab seat you had you let toilet. Taiga own you equipment. You equipment dollar see. You sanitize the wastewater sampling. You business Northwest Territories they high let toilet. You government seat local business Halgalena. You sanitizer. You government seat you had to Taiga they had to Galena. You in town service na zone they call it. You do giant mines who had to sampling what the hard the sick on it how. Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé the high la tole. Mercy. Mercy for the comment. Mercy, Madam Chair. You waste production. You can't blake the. You the agricultural waste day. These studies have the reports who had to say. You the law didn't say. You minister see how much they say ha. You public see how the kid don't they say. You deputy minister Lucy. Madam Chair. Deputy Minister. Mercy, Madam Chair. Agriculture framework see. A regulatory gap had to NWTC had to other jurisdiction Canada gaya. A recommendations ITI and LADA. Had to vikaralata see. A composting facility see the experts in it, how they see the stakeholders, what they see. NWT agricultural waste guideline vikaralata le. Spring 2021 ENR in it. ENR the stakeholders see the how not to the two guidelines see. A committee see the information see committees in it that they had. A minister see hand at the. You know. You yell knife North Sea the legislative work keep on out TC. The department see. The last assembly had to track air. The do word the lot of child the who cha. The do Water Resources Act because CD. The associated government had the do engagement what they see the workshops what they see it because see. The another you do this the assembly sip the do MBRA see the because see ha. Claudia Honor and MBRAC, GNWTC, the authorities see they had to be the water licenses, the Sigalata see. The two Sigalata, they see the Environmental Protection Act, Water Act. Mercy, Madam Chair. I'll tell you, I eat the Sůłıné Yatıé. We can see MDRAC. I tip. I eat the Sůłıné Yatıé. Kerala in Alite. I eat the two Kerala see Halden. I lost all the low. The Waters Act, the EPA, the Bilateral, the air regulation city. The two regulations allow see. It cleaned the co-management system see. Environmental Protection Act see the had to Land and Water Board the Bilateral. Mercy, Madam Chair. Florida really in the MBRA. Tlonteira. You see, MBRA land rights agreements here that legislation that do lands and resource agreements see that done a lot of GNWT Clara all nada indigenous government is linda GNWT which honestor I see MBRA had to be galata not this UK MBRA Mercy, Madam Chair. Deputy Ministers. Madam Chair. Review in MBRA, EIA. Two benefits. Near last assembly that the Sultan held Nile Tilo. The two Bahaltan held Nile T, then a Sultan North now. Lost a spring long donuts at the Badat Sampa got there. Then a Sultan no Hanwest neither. The review MBRA seat with Galatare. Then a Sultan seat non data. The Environmental Protection Act we call it the Water Act. Mercy. It's another. He does just still see. A GNWT MBRA tattoo so deep in her snither. A case that don't ask it's a tilla. You had up a nice third. Had up a year. Environmental natural resources, environmental protection and waste management operation expenditure summary, 2021-2022 main estimate, 4,255,000. Of course, now. Page 82, questions. Page 82. Climate change to yeah. Detailed Deputy Minister and senior time scientist yeah. Position the GNWT federal funding no help somebody don't care. The federal money only. Knowledge agenda thought $233,000. Ida tu la knowledge economy si panza hado. A knowledge agenda si. Ida science agenda. A knowledge agenda hal ya. A litilo. Ida release the knowledge agenda action plan next session. Action plan 18, 19 action plan short-term deliverables 18 at the note. Ida si. Ida resource collect no ita government si. Ita document at si. A university to at si. A federal government at si. Ita research between LTC. Ita support ita knowledge economy si. Ita pillar there. Ay nunitanet ay kagala na si. Ita knowledge economy ITI helgala na. Ita community planning 400,000. Ita some conservation implementation thoughts on Boyanaltia. Ita federal nature funding telasi. Ita year 2 GNWTC. Ita federal funding we on our list in Hene. Ita protected areas transition. Ita management plan bonza.
A $1.9 million ministered at the federal funding Sampa Yacha and a $2 million nature fund protected area. Klampet in Sampa Rai, Klanat Sampa Ninla Rai, Petlazania. DTL Deputy Minister in Australia. Miss Kelly. I see. The nature fund Sampa Lasi, conservation planning and implementation fund in it. The application so laga application lilia. So laga Sampa hatu Sampa Lasi a ku la gunis aya la sain la ku minister that DC halda negotiations roll now to agreements of meetings are not out here, and off here. Business government city management. Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy. $25,000 in adaptation plan. Some the girl who lost on Lila. Are you hearing law? Aboriginal government, climate change, adaptation, you have a dollar in the hall. Two information, nurse, that we jump out with a nuclear or I out of books, but I'm not here, but it's out. Miss Kelly, mercy. 3 pages grants and contributions, is some law, high law, but some player. No, usually department is some battalion. Adaptation Rotaya wildlife here. Some law. Adaptation usually Rotaya division where usually some law. Yeah, unique. How to be adaptation at some law. Community sign law. Some battalion. Jump on the unit, yeah. Keeping community habitation in Rotalana. It tries that they have a global warming house. That they are in it here. Trinidad will date on occur. Trinidad will change it on occur. Page 81 is in. Not Kalida in Irma. Nature fund protected in this in. This in. Assistance in indigenous communities land claims that the Zeke in the LSC at home. The minister is Croatia. Clark, Hein log a note here to line item. Deputy Minister, you're not here today. Mercy. Then a co-First Nation, they could go this First Nation, that's all. The new First Nation, 40 Parliament's Meeting Council, 40 Smith Meeting Council, 80 Jean member, Tiger 2 First Nation, Cat or Share First Nation, Ludic Suitsel Cave, Danny First Nation, Hannibal, Danny Bano, North Slave Meeting Alliance, NWT Meeting Nation, Sambak Air First Nation, Suitsel Air First Nation, West Point, Danny, Yolnit, Danny First Nation, Marcy. Marcy in there. The organizations are in lot anti-Trump but also see about least this in a 20 lone. Now the guy is clear out in the zone prescribed the zone. Well, not all. Listen. Men the zone triple like that. Clarity had. The information not here. The department program review in there. I want to held that after you he'll got the line now at the high lottery governments, he'll got the line, Aboriginal governments in. Let's see the result. No good into there. The land claims don't edit only because they newly mercy. Nature fund protected area. Thousand areas, thousand but protected area. See that's seen that big down the still to 1.9 mark at least. The minister, deputy minister, you are not here. Deputy minister. Mercy clarification high. Lodging that some Paul Petroliani. For Tenino Quambulis Chair, for good Hobart Hutsel Kale, Yellow Knife Daniel, Northwest Territory Multinational, Wilfrid Laurier University, Land Corporation, for good hope, Yellow Knife Daniels First Nation, Bulis Chair. What's here? Donner's present. That it hard protected area, lot with some public in the shot, Minister. Deputy Minister, you're not here, sir. What's in there? You heard the lot illa nature funded some Jean W. Hubert Lazo. the Hein Lab, some of the the community, some of the split see that who goes easier. GNWT funding, Government of Canada funding, 1.37 million. Dëne Yatıé, 128 site and in 1619 so they get no go di. This is
I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we were on environment and natural resource, environment stewardship and climate change. Are there any questions? We've gone through Yellowknife North and Untitled Water. Are there any questions from members under this section? Seeing none, please go to page 80. Environment and Natural Resources, Environmental Stewardship and Climate Change, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $14,638,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We will now go to forest management, beginning on page 83 with information items on page 86. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on where the Forest Act is?
Thank you. Member Minister.
For that detail, the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have issued an invitation to IGCS members to participate in the development of the Forest Act in accordance with the new IGC legislative protocol. Numerous IGC members have indicated their interest. Our next step is to have a technical briefing this month with interested IGCS members, after which the timeline and technical working group structure will be determined to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear that it's not dependent on the MVRMA. Perhaps can I just get... I recognize that we have developed a new IGCS protocol and we're trying to, honor our commitment to a co-drafting process, and I'm happy to hear that. Can I just get an update of whether we expect that to change the timeline for introduction as in the business plan? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're hopeful that it will not change the introduction timeline, but we respectfully will leave that to once we have had those discussions with the IGCS and have developed the timeline and work plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just get a little bit of an explanation of what is going on with the fire operations suppression budget here, noting that it was 14 million, then 18 million, then 22, and now back down to 18. Is this just the nature of it's hard to predict how much fire suppression we need, or what that $4 million is? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 1920 was not a bad fire year, which is the reason that the numbers are lower in the 1920 actuals. The revised estimates, you'll notice the 22 million. This was due to some additional funding the department was provided with because of COVID issues. We wanted to make sure that we were able to address concerns with how we were going to fight fires and make sure that we were able to protect the people and the property and the environment of the NWT. And there were and we were really concerned about having to bring in firefighters from outside the territory. So we put forward a request for funding for multiple initiatives to make sure that we would be able to remain as COVID compliant as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get an update on whether we are doing any replanting or forced planting? I know this has been a bit of a debate in the NWT, but I also know that there's lots of federal money out there for forestry initiatives. Are we currently have any money in this budget for replanting? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been some work done on the efficacy of planting, and natural regeneration has been supported, but there are some areas where we're doing some research work, and we have some additional funding from the federal government to look into this. It was pushed back because of COVID, because there are challenges with tree planting and COVID, but we're definitely still working towards the outcomes of that research work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there's been a lot of talk about biomass and a lot of questions to infrastructure previously and different departments. And as part of that kind of longer term vision is, the idea of communities developing their own, whether it's cordwood or wood chips and kind of these community woodlots. Can I just get a sense of whether forest management has any role in that work or any money in that budget for that type of work, or whether that's a question best left to the biomass people? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there are aspects, as the member has pointed out, that are related to infrastructure, but I would highlight that our Forest Management Division has a group that is actively working on forest industry development and is in contact with many communities in the NWT and working on projects with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other member for Nunavut?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, page 89, the Water Strategy Action Plan. Where are we at with the upstream, I guess, with too far ahead? Okay. Okay, let's go to that section. Just never mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey. Are there any questions from members under the forest management? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, but is this a section, I guess, where we can ask about, I guess it is, their industry development. Is, like, I see $50,000 there. What's that actually, I guess, for? Is that for looking at the harvesting and different development in that area? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Remember, tell me what page he's on?
85.
Sorry. So my understanding, it's if it's on number industry development, correct? Yeah. So it's my understanding we saw some work, various sawmills like in Jean Marie right now, and the pellet centers. And then we received SUP for fire smarting as well. So thank you. I think I've answered two questions there with one question.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just look at that 50,000 number there, and I take a look, I guess, at harvesting and in the Northwest Territories, and there's not a lot of it, I guess, mostly out of Hay River with a company there, I guess, and maybe somewhat in the smaller communities. Is there any, I guess, appetite to push industry development a little bit more and throw some more money at that initiative? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been working with many communities on the projects that you've been discussing at the kind of the level of the sawmill or that type of thing. But we've also been working with Timberworks and Diga, who are companies under the Forest Management Agreement, to develop relationships with Aurora Wood Pellets in enterprise. And that is a major project we've been working on for many years with Indigenous governments. So we are open to those conversations, and we are actively working with communities on these types of projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. And it's community driven. Like it's, like I said, Jean Marie, they're looking at doing this as well. So they've reached out to our staff and are working with them to try to come up with a plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, again, that $50,000 there, like, if you spread it out, you know, amongst a few communities, it doesn't go far. So, like, where is it most of that, or where does most of that 50,000 go? Is it to one specific community, the major portion of it, and is it all subscribed to as well? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Detail, I'll go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister?
Madam Chair, so as you can see here, there's 50,000, but the actuals are 128,000. There's more money that is going towards this industry development than what's in these grants and contribution line items. For this, I don't have the specifics in front of me of what's going to what, but there's several small contribution agreements with communities to look at opportunities for sawmills, for example. And there has been in the past many years that we've worked with communities, particularly Fort Resolution and Fort Providence, a number of funding initiatives to help support the development of businesses under the forest management agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just looking at the industry there, it seems like we haven't made a lot of headway. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess I would, over the number of years we've been kind of looking at the, you know, forestry type businesses that we really haven't done a lot. And I understand it's community driven, so I'm not sure if we can do more or not. But anyways, I just want to go to page 84, and under contract services, that's 17,700 and 17,779. What's that? What does that entail, and what is it? Where does that go? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Sorry, just, yep. So for that detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer that question.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those would be things like aviation and air tanker contracts, firefighters, the negotiated contracts, pre-suppression contracts, and aircraft maintenance contracts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Are there any other questions under forest management? Seeing none, I'll get members to go to page 84. Environment and Natural Resource Forest Management Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $38,498,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, now we will go to water management and monitoring, beginning on page 87 with informations on page 90. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the Water Strategy Action Plan, how are the, with the, I guess, upriver sites for checking them and for contaminants and what's flowing down the river, how many of those sites do we have open now? And are they still half of them shut down due to COVID-19 restrictions? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there were more stations that were where the monitoring was occurring, and then I believe it was in January or February, there were travel restrictions that were put in place, and the Environment Canada staff that do the sampling at those sites near the oil sands are in Saskatchewan, so they were unable to travel to do the sampling. So in discussions with the Alberta government, they agreed they are continuing to do their long-term monitoring, and they agreed to do key stations. 27th Baseline, Athabasca is one of them. It's the long-term monitoring station, and they're doing that one as well, so we can make sure that we're maintaining a monitoring record. And then as soon as the travel restrictions due to COVID have stopped, then they'll be coming back to do more sites than what they're doing right now. There are some sites that are closer to the NWT that are in Alberta that are being done out of Yellowknife by Environment Canada. So there's 4 of them. One of them is in the NWT, 3 others that are being done as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the water partnerships and agreements that we have with research departments in Alberta, and are they, all the information is shared correct in regards to what's in the water? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
All reports are shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut?
Yeah, no, just want to make it, like for myself, it's a big thing because everything flows down the Mackenzie and ends up right in Tuck. So just want to make sure that any of the sites that are making sure that our bilateral agreements and making sure that all information is shared and passed along to the Nunavut Regional Corporation in regards to information that's coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you for that detail of who we share within our Indigenous governments. I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the results that we do get, and part of the transboundary agreement is setting up what we call an early warning system in the transboundary agreement, which is sampling and the monitoring data for quality and quantity that's in Alberta upstream. What we do is we have an annual report that we do with Alberta that's published, and that is on the monitoring that happens right at the border. But if there are any changes that we see, we look at that early warning system data to see why that change is happening, and we make sure that we explain that in the annual reports. Right now we're a little bit behind on that reporting because we needed to work together on how we were actually going to develop the reports. But I'm happy to say that we're working right now on 2 years together in one report, so that we'll be up to date on that reporting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't even have you on the clock. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to go on the same line as my colleague here in terms of trans-water boundary items. I know that we do have one with agreement with Alberta and BC, but if I heard correctly, I don't think we have anything solid in place with Saskatchewan. Can the Minister give us an update if there's any work been done in this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We provided a draft agreement for review to Saskatchewan a couple of years ago, and we just recently had a meeting with them. They had some capacity challenges, and to be honest, on their priority list, it's not the same as our priority list because it's a very small portion of Saskatchewan, but they have reviewed it now, and they're at the table with us, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to come to an agreement with Saskatchewan in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair? That's okay. Just waking everybody up. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And well, like I've always said this before, like the water systems, it doesn't see borders. With all our water systems, everything's all connected. And I bet you if we had any major environmental concerns here on our side and something spilled in another jurisdiction, there'll be all over us. I think that there needs to be that mutual respect. I think that's really important. So I just thought I'd make that as a comment. I'm going to move on to the Nwt Water Strategy. Can the Minister just explain exactly what the contribution is, how this works, and how this, what exactly this line item is? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
So my understanding, it's funding for University of Guelph to initiate groundwater monitoring in the Fort Lauderdale area, but it's been delayed due to the COVID. Yeah, so it's for a project like that, but for other detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This can be for contributions with communities to work on community projects, or it can be to work on research projects as the Minister has put forward. It's any sort of contributions, agreements that we have or work that we do to implement the Water Stewardship Strategy Action Plan. So there's many, many things that fall under that category. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, that's good to know. And this other last item here, this other contribution for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, can the Minister explain what that is as well?
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's an agreement that was signed in 1997 among all of the jurisdictions that are part of the Mackenzie River Basin in Canada. And that agreement, the way that it's implemented, is through meetings of the Mackenzie River Basin Board. So the NWT is a member, and we have an Indigenous member that participates on the Mackenzie River Basin Board, as do the other jurisdictions that are in the Mackenzie River Basin. So this is a contribution towards this that we make every year so that the board can continue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday?
No, that's good to know. Like, I wasn't too sure I understood that because, yeah, because in the actuals it didn't exist now. That's earmarked for that. So at least I know what that's for. And at this time, I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the number for water regulatory and assessment on page 88 is just kind of like in flat line. I'm just wondering why it hasn't sort of gone up or down. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'll turn to the Assistant, or ADM. Sorry, thank you. Or DM, sorry.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Madam Chair, that's the amount that's allotted for water regulatory, and we're able to work within that budget. If you can see from the actuals, we actually came in under the budget in 1920. So we've had discussions with the regulatory group, and this funding is adequate for the work that they need to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is the line item where our water inspectors would go and do inspections. And I just want to know what's happening with the diamond mines right now, whether our inspectors are allowed to go to the site and whether they're able to perform their job. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. That's actually Lance that actually has the responsibility to go into the mines. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
I don't think so.
City Minister?
We already have lands officers that go into the mine and they do the waters work at the same time. So all of the diamond mines right now, the water regulatory work by the water officers are done by lands officers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Okay. Am I allowed to ask, are those inspectors actually allowed to go to the site right now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
That would have to get back to the member. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, look, I know we're into year 2 of a pandemic, but it's an important time at some of these sites as well in the life cycle of some of these mines. And Deputy Minister knows this way better than I, that in a couple of months we're going to be talking about spring freshet. That's a very important time at these sites because water starts moving around and strange things can happen. So I just want to make sure, and I don't think our folks were able to go there in May and June of 2020. So I want to make sure that our folks get there this year and be able to do their work. I don't know what else I can say. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member? Minister?
We will get back to the committee with that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Further, thanks.
For Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just curious to know why there was no 2019-20 actual for the Mackenzie River Basin Board, and I apologize if that was answered. It's been a long day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
To the DM. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been doing an assessment of things that should be contracts versus contributions, and this is one of them that was we have switched to doing as a contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's good to hear. I like to hear that we're being more efficient, so kudos to the department for that. When the Deputy Minister commented that the NWT Water Strategy line item, the $175,000, could be used by like a variety of projects, and that includes research and community projects, given that there's potential for the university side to dip down as COVID restrictions still continue on, although I know that a lot of those people are probably really dedicated and are willing to maybe come up and spend 2 weeks in the bush, isolating for themselves so they can do their research. But I'm just curious to know, is this a potential or an area where we could be actually increasing the funding and then using this money to increase or meet our mandate of increasing employment in small communities? Since it is a broad fund from the sounds of it, it does sound like it could be a great way to start creating new projects in small communities at this time. Perhaps maybe not an increase in funding as I see people's faces, but even just repurposing a little bit of this money so that instead of it being very restrictive, it could be used to sort of, again, keep money flowing into smaller communities, keep people working. It does seem like it's a great area to moving forward with like the water, I can't say the Water Guardians or the Guardian program, all of that kind of thing. It's all step in line with that and increasing our knowledge economy as well. So just more of a suggestion or comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. I'll take that as a comment. Did the minister have anything to follow up?
I thank the member for that, and we will have discussions. I mean, nothing's a never, never, and you know, here's maybe the opportunity to look at it, but we will be having those discussions. But further detail, maybe get the Deputy Minister.
That funds our community monitors and provides funding to Guardians already. So we have looked at those opportunities. The department has actually looked at some of the work where we would travel into communities. We've hired local residents to work with communities to do that work. So along the lines of what the member has stated, we've been doing that work, and this line item in particular is how we get money out for community monitoring and the Guardian programs that we support. Thank you, Madam. Related to water. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. No further. Okay. Are there any further questions under the water management and monitoring? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to this section, what percentage of these funds go to funding or providing funding to Indigenous groups to participate in development of strategies and action plans? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for that detail. Turn to the Deputy Minister.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would depend on the year because it depends on what projects that we're doing. We have an Aboriginal steering committee that supports the implementation of the water strategy and has since we started to develop it. So those costs are always covered for the participation of the Aboriginal steering committee. Some years we have traditional knowledge projects that we're working on or community work that we're doing. Other years we have more research, but under the water strategy, there's a consistent is consistent work with communities because many of the action items are to work directly with communities on water issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to research and monitoring, I guess I'd ask what's the extent of monitoring that we do, and is it concentrated in a specific geographical area in the Northwest Territories, or is it? I suspect it's up and down the valley and throughout. But just because the water coming into the NWT is going to be, we're going to see more contamination there. So I'm just wondering where we're doing most of our monitoring and where most of those dollars are going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you. We do have various sites across there, and we're making sure, as Deputy Minister said, if there's early warning systems we have in place, and we're able to see if there's contaminants coming down. But for detail on where the sites are, I'll go to with your permission, to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's different types of water monitoring that we do across the territory. There's hydrometric monitoring, which is water quantity monitoring. And in the Bodell region, there's 27 sites, in the Sawtoo 22, in the Dutcho 17, in the North Slave 28, and in the South Slave there's 10. So they're distributed across the territory. Another example is the community-based water quality monitoring that we do. So there's 5 different monitoring, it's with communities. So there's 5 communities in the Bodell region. There's 11 sites that are monitored with the communities in the Sawtoo, 9 in the Dutcho, 7 in the North Slave, and 6 in the South Slave. There's also meteorological monitoring that's mostly focused in the Bodell and the North Slave, and there's snow surveys that are done across the whole territory as well. And then there's the transboundary water quality sites, 1 in the Bodell on the Peel, the Dutcho on the Liard, and 1 on the Hay and 1 on the Slave in the South Slave. And then we have a water quality network with 22 stations in the North Slave and 10 in the South Slave. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to, I guess, water monitoring is in the land claim agreements. There's specific sections, I think, for that. When we're looking at this, how do we incorporate, I guess, what's in the agreements with respect to what we're doing in managing and participation from Indigenous groups? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I have to turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So when we were developing the water strategy, there was a number of things that we looked at, and land claim commitments were one of the main foundations for the water stewardship strategy. There were a lot of concerns that were being brought forward about water because it's so important to people in the NWT, and we worked collaboratively with Indigenous governments and other water partners across the NWT to come up with that water strategy. And really, it was the foundation for the mandate for the transboundary agreements as well. And the Aboriginal Steering Committee is key. So they have guided us, they guided the transboundary negotiations, they've guided all of the aspects of development and implementation of the water strategy. So we've got the land claims as the foundation, and then we've got Indigenous participation the whole way through development and implementation. And I think that, I hope that that answers the member's question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other question I guess I have is with respect, I guess, to the monitoring and management is, and has the, I guess, is there any case law out there that's available, any challenges with upstream, upstream industries and that doing work up there? And has there been any challenges from any of the Indigenous groups or the government in the Northwest Territories to challenge any work by whether it's pulp mills or mining companies to that may I guess have potential damage for waters coming into Northwest Territories? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, I'm going to have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not specifically up to speed on case law specifically, but what I can speak to is the fact that we have participated as the government in environmental assessment processes for Site C and some other developments. And the transboundary agreement, while it's cooperative in nature, we have a bilateral management committee for that. So that management committee includes the Assistant Deputy Minister from the NWT and from Alberta, and it has an Indigenous member, which is Tim Heron from the NWT Métis Nation, that sits on that bilateral management committee. And that's where we bring concerns and address any issues that come forward for the transboundary agreement. So if we can't, there's a whole dispute resolution mechanism that's built into the transboundary agreement as well if we can't come to an agreement, but the process there does not preclude us from using a legal method if required. What we're trying to do is work collaboratively through that bilateral management committee as the first step, and then we take the opportunity to participate in environmental assessments as required, and then we have that dispute resolution mechanism. But as I mentioned, we could still use legal recourse if needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under water management and monitoring? Seeing none, please turn to page 88. Environment and Natural Resources Water Management and Monitoring Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates $9,780,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now go to page 91, Wildlife and Fish, beginning on page 91 with information items on up to page 94. Questions? Any questions? No questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So let's talk about Caribou. Caribou, the Barren Ground Caribou surveys were supposed to happen last year. They didn't because of COVID. What's happening this summer? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
So we are planning to do the survey this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So how much does it cost and where is it found in the budget? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. For that detail, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The surveys cost around $430,000. They're done every 2 years, so the budget was set up to have that funding there every 2 years, and now we're off cycle because of COVID. So what we're doing is we're lapsing the $430,000 that we didn't spend on the surveys this year, and then we will be able to use that funding next year, and we're going to adjust the cash flow so then that funding is available every second year from then on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Madam Chair, I appreciate that. So I just want to be crystal clear. The money can be carried over from last year to this year to allow for the survey work to be done. You don't have to cut internally, look for unused funds in other parts of ENR or even within Wildlife and Fish to do the work. Just want to be really clear about that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. So my understanding, we're lapsing it this year, and then we're able to pick up the money next year, next fiscal year, to do the job that we were going to do this year, but because of COVID, we weren't able to. So we do have the money that is, and I wouldn't say we're transferring, we're lapsing it this year, then bringing it, then we're getting the money next year, fiscal year, to do the survey. Detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister to talk about the finances to it.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only addition that I will make is that we will need to put forward a sup request for next year, but the Department of Finance is aware that we're lapsing the funding this year and that the work needs to be done next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll put in a good word for you guys right now with the Finance Minister that I want them to approve that, and if they don't, they'll have to answer to me. So no, I'm deadly serious. This is these herds are in very, very desperate state. One of the most reliable ways that we have to determine their health is through the calving ground surveys. If the work is not done, we have no idea what's going on with the overall well, I shouldn't say no idea. Our ability to predict and project is diminished dramatically. And I know I'm talking to scientists about this, so they get this. So we have to have that work done. And I expect that all of Cabinet's going to line up behind that. So I do want to ask, though, about the wildlife research and management line on page 92. There's a $700,000 drop predicted or projected from what we spent last year. So can someone tell me why that is being reduced? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. 230K was the Nunavut Tuck Highway Environmental Assessment funding. It was sunsetted. 430,000 conservation and recovery of the Bathurst Blue-Nosed East herd. Caribou, ground caribou herd funding fluctuates according to the calving plan. So that's where that money that we had from, we talked about the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. So, I'm sorry, I'll just go back and ask one other question. So the $430,000 for the Barren Ground Caribou surveys, does that then have to be brought forward through a SUP? Thank you.
Minister?
Yes.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. You've already got one vote. Appreciate that. I want to ask about work for caribou habitat protection. Where would I find it in the budget here? And I see that there's a habitat and environmental assessment line. Is that where I would find money, and how much, and what is actually being done to protect? I'll just pick on one herd, the Bathurst caribou herd.
Minister?
Detail, I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Do you have it? Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the money for the habitat protection comes under the line item for wildlife research or habitat and environmental assessment. I don't have the exact number with me that we're using on that, but it's related to the pilot project that we have provided information on previously. So I don't have the exact number at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
We'll make the commitment to get that back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. I'd understood that there were some meetings that were to take place in the fall, or maybe it was in January with the Tlicho and some other Indigenous governments and communities to start to identify specific areas for habitat protection, critical habitat. Like, look, there's nothing else we can do on the harvest side, quite frankly, other than maybe, and I do appreciate the work of the Minister and what he did in the media today. Maybe we can do some more enforcement stuff there, but there's not much we can do with the harvesters to deal with that anymore. We've tried the predator stuff. That seems to have worked a little bit. The one area where we haven't done anything and is still outstanding, even in the range plan, is habitat protection. And so I had understood there was going to be some meetings. What's the status of that work? And have we actually started to identify areas that need to be protected, even permanently, for the Bathurst caribou herd? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have begun work on all 8 recommendations in the Bathurst Caribou Range Plan. There's been a draft framework for the implementation of mobile caribou conservation measures that was completed in March 2020, and we're currently working with Aurora Geosciences to develop detailed operational guidance based on a pilot program which piloted mobile caribou conservation measures in the summer and fall of 2020. We've also, as the members stated, met with the Tlicho government and identified caribou habitat as a value at risk under our wildlife management system, and also identified key boreal and barren ground caribou habitat. It's my understanding that we're now having meetings with other Indigenous governments to get their input as well, not to include with the Tlicho input. And the intention is to, my understanding is that those meetings are ongoing at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll probably have some more questions on this habitat protection, maybe even later this week. But I did want to ask about the status of transboundary work with government of Nunavut. The Minister did invite me to a meeting not that long ago. I guess it was about a year ago. The Nunavut Premier was there. He's interested. And there was some user groups there. Where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement? And I know the Premier Nunavut's been diverted with some other stuff, even in his hometown. But where are we at with a transboundary caribou agreement for the Bathurst herd and maybe some of the other herds? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. I'll start and then turn it to the Deputy Minister. So we've been trying to follow up on the meeting we had from last year with the member was invited to. A couple of members from the House were invited to, which was really good. We had Indigenous governments, we had the Nunavut government. The Premier is the Minister of Environment from Nunavut, so not only is he the Premier, but he's taken that portfolio. Unfortunately, the situation hasn't arrived that we were able to have further conversations. As the member talked about, he's been pretty busy in dealing with some of the challenges that are there. We're still trying to work with them. We've reached out a number of times, and we're trying to fit it into our schedule to have those conversations. But the work for the staff, I will turn to the Deputy Premier, or Deputy Minister, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't think that per se we were looking at a transboundary agreement in the sense of an agreement. We have range plans and management plans that we've collaboratively developed with Nunavut. So they're a partner that we work with regularly on the implementation of those plans, like some of the other provincial governments as well, when the herds go cross boundaries. So we recognize and work very closely at the department level with the Department of Environment in Nunavut. And certainly they've been involved in these multi-year processes with Indigenous governments to develop range plans and management plans for the herds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my colleague from FrameLink covered a lot of the questions I was going to ask, but that's when there's a few questions I want to ask anyways. So I'm just looking at some sunsets here. The alternative harvest and the monitoring range planning. Can the Minister explain a little bit about that, like why these two area line items are being sunsetted? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
That detail, I have to go to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The alternative harvest funding was a one-time pilot funding project to assist harvesters in exploring alternative food sources other than caribou. And although there was no budget allocated ongoing, we have this year provided funding because of the mobile zone being as large as it is and the difficulty accessing caribou. So several Indigenous governments have received alternate harvest funding this year. What was the other one? Could I ask for clarity on what the other item was that the member was asking about, please?
Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monitoring and range planning.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Me? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. This was also one-time funding, and it was to support Indigenous governments and organizations' involvement in boreal caribou management and range planning. So that work was scheduled to be completed in that year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Madam Chair, no, I'm just concerned, like, you know, we were just mentioning, you know, that that's caribou management, like, it's just important work, and I just don't want to see anything being taken away from that. I think that we need to make sure that we protect all our wildlife, and I don't know, it just seems like, you know, like there's this one-time contribution. I think this should be something that should be continuing on. That's how I feel about it. I'm sure a few of my colleagues do as well. Yeah, so I'm going to move along here. That was just a comment. The Wildlife Management Board, I saw it someplace else here. Maybe I'm going off a little bit here. Can the Minister just explain what this is, this line item here for $118,000?
Thank you. Minister?
For that detail, ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This line item is for contributions to support the wildlife management boards in across the NWT. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Trinity Walladay.
No, thank you. And the other item here too, there's a decrease here as well, not so much a sunset, but for the stewardship program. Can the Minister explain why there's a decrease there as well?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. So that there is due to internal alignment due to historical actuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinity Walladay.
Madam Chair, so I didn't catch. I heard a sneeze through. Was that historical actions?
Minister.
Historical actuals.
Good. So can the Minister just elaborate what that is meant by that? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Historical actuals are actually what it has cost us to do this program area. So we go to the actual there. So we've realized this is where the numbers for us to be able to do it. So this is our actual cost to run the program. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinity Walladay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you. I just wasn't too sure there, and I don't have any other questions except to say, you know, we gotta just continuing do as best we can with what we got to support our caribou. You know, it's since time immemorial, where our people, you know, lived off caribou, and I just hope that you know, we could see like our future generations continue to harvest and hunt, you know, this animal, and I'm hoping that we keep these herds strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with the member. So the member is aware. We did, as he was aware, we've met with YK Dëne, the elders and chief, their committee there to talk about it. We're also going in, I believe it's the 24th, 26th. 24th is Fort Smith, sorry. The 26th, we are going into Let's Okay to meet with chief and council and the elders too, to talk about the caribou situation as well. So we are looking and listening to our communities and affected governments and IGCs or IGOs, depending on who you talk to. So yeah, so we are listening and we are trying to make sure we make the caribou a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Sorry. We're in the information items at the end. Sorry, remember I wanted to, yeah, thanks. That's why.
Sorry. Are there any further questions under Wildlife and Fish? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess it's called Wildlife and Fish, and I haven't heard anything about fish yet, so. Being from Hay River, I can't go back there if I don't ask questions. I would like to know what percentage of this budget item here goes to, I guess, to the area of fish management, or I guess is what I'm asking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister for that detail. Thank you.
Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the name of this used to be the Wildlife Division, and it was changed to the Wildlife and Fish Division because we have begun discussions with the federal government to look at taking on some responsibilities related to fish. What I will say here is that there is limited amounts in this particular budget, other than for some of the enforcement aspects that happen at the regional level that we have an agreement with the federal government already on. But fish are covered off under the Cumulative Impact Monitoring Program. There's much work that's done on fish because it's one of the valued ecosystem components, that water, fish, and caribou. And also there's fish work that has been done related to the human health risk assessment for giant, and there's fish work that has been done as part of the water stewardship strategy implementation, because you don't generally talk to people about water and not talk about fish. So we've done some fish research projects, but in fish, wildlife and fish specifically, the funding is related directly to that enforcement role that I mentioned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we're in discussions with the federal government, at what point, or is there a timeline where we take more responsibility? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
That detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's early stages of that work. I think that this decision was before my time working with this section, but I believe what we were doing was setting ourselves up to be, to be like other jurisdictions. Most jurisdictions have a wildlife and fish section, or a fish and wildlife, as many of you have heard. So the intent here is to be ready for those discussions, but they're at an early stage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm not sure what else to ask then, if we don't really have a hell of a lot of responsibility. So that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Are there any further questions under Fish and Wildlife? Seeing none, please go to page 92. Environment, Natural Resource, Wildlife and Fish, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $16,156,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. There are additional information items on page 95 to 103. Do members have any questions on any of those? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at the work performed on behalf of others, and starting on page 101, and obviously that would vary over the years dependent on what, say, the federal government needs for us to do, and et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at it, it's for the year coming up, estimated to be around $7.6 million. Can the minister speak a little bit to, this is $7.6 million that wouldn't necessarily be in the economy of the Northwest Territories, and I guess it's kind of more, could be an ITI question, but can the minister speak to how we can leverage more money, I guess, under work performed on behalf of others, as it seems like it might be a way to at least keep money flowing through our economy, using it to keep people employed. I mean, if we can fund projects under this or pay for things under this, why would we not try to increase this amount? Or maybe I'm completely out to lunch because it's almost 8 o'clock on a really long day. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Minister.
I'll start and then I'll turn to the Deputy Minister. So these here are projects that we, as it says, we're performing on behalf of others. These are things that we've worked with the federal government or the organizations to get done. But to advance it would be a bit of a challenge right now because of our commitments, but I think I got that look, so I'm going to turn to the Deputy Minister who can clarify that part. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is one element where the department is always looking for opportunities to work with others and do work that meets our mandate requirements and the work that we need done as a territory. I definitely think that this list has been longer in other years, but that's likely the result of not finding as much alignment as we have in other years. But I can definitely say that our department does a good job of looking for money from other groups to help support the work that we do in the NWT, but there's always room for improvement, and we are definitely engaging at the department in discussions along those lines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I should also say this is also a department that does lots of science and facts and things, as I said, when I had other departments in front of me. So I like what I hear the Deputy Minister saying. I do understand what the Minister says about capacity at this time and such. But yeah, I'm a firm believer the more we can get people from the South to pay for us and things that we need, why wouldn't we? So more of a comment and I'm done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. I'll take that as a comment. Any further questions under the information items? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I think I ask this almost every budget. The Nunavut Water Board. You know, this is, I know, some kind of artifact of devolution. You know, they do good work, they got good staff, but why are they kind of on our payroll? I know we get money from the federal government for this, but these folks should be independent of GNWT. And like the other land and water boards, I just don't understand why this is here. They should be getting their own money outside of the budget. And what are we doing? This is just kind of like the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority. It's another one of these instances where this was a federally funded institution of public government, and now it's for GNWT. What are we doing to make this board really independent and allow them to hire their own staff, look after their own budget, do all their own stuff, instead of us doing it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, I can honestly say that I've been side the member for 4 years on the other side when there, and he's asked this question here. We've talked, we've looked at this, trying to find options there. The biggest challenge right now is our benefit package, and when we're talking to the staff and that's the challenge. They don't want to be lose the benefits, which will then have an impact on finding people to hire people and that. But we've had conversations with the chair. We've looked at it. They have a new chair, my understanding, and we're working with them on it. We would love to be able to do it, but at the same time, we don't want to cause due stress to the staff that work there. So for further clarity on what some of the stuff that's being done on a day-to-day basis or week-to-week or month-to-month, I will turn to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the IWB doesn't report to any of this, like it doesn't report to the Waters group. It reports to the Director of Finance to maintain to make sure that they are as independent as possible. We have committed to the previous chair, and that commitment stands with the chair now, that we will deal with this through the process to amend the Waters Act, because it's going to require an amendment, and that we will review and discuss the transition of staff to the IWB through attrition, and the option of establishing a reporting structure. That they've asked us to look at multiple options, and we've said that we will discuss it when we're doing the Waters Act amendments, because that's where we would need to make those changes. There are concerns from a labor relations perspective, and we want to make sure that we're doing it through that process, and we'll be engaging with all those that we need to discuss this item with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member.
Thanks, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the level of detail that's been provided by the Deputy Minister. I just worried that this may not happen in my lifetime. So, look, I want to get these guys as independent as they possibly can and away from GNWT. So I think that's a shared objective, but I really hope that we can make some progress before I pass away. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Does the Minister have any comments?
I hope he doesn't pass away for a long, long time. I like the guy. I appreciate his tenacity when it comes to working for the people. So, yeah, hopefully we can get it done sooner than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under information items? Seeing none, I'll get members to please return now to the departmental summary found on page 69. Environment and Natural Resource Operation Expenditures Total Department 2021-2022 main estimates $97,874,000. Does the committee agree? Mr. Norn.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources at this time. Merci, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Consideration of Department of Environment and Natural Resource 2021-2022 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Does committee agree? Okay. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you. The committee is now adjourned.
Order, order. Sound like everybody was having fun in Committee of the Whole today. May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, please, member for Nunavut Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 286-19-2 main estimates 2021-2022, and I would like to report progress with one motion carried. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder, member for Tunde Walde. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading the bills. Third reading the bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 10th, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions 638, 19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committee on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 30-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills, First reading of bills, Bill 23, an act to amend the Public Utilities Act. Second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Bills 3, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 20. Committee reports 8, 9, and 10. Minister Statements 77. Table documents 165, 166, 167, 286. Report of Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day.
This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 10th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.